Hey guys, sup. We have a few videos to react before we can actually get to gameplay, but a quick update on where we're at. I actually leveled this character quite a bit off stream. I'm now level 80 and we are using, I think, level 18 brutes. I would like to get it up one more. Do I have the gem? I don't think I have the levels required. It's 84. Yeah, 84. So in 4 levels we get one more level to our brutes, I guess. But we're using gem level 18. We got our weapon from our main. We've got the helmet from our main, chest piece from the main, amulet from the main, and we have shit rings. We have no shield, more or less. I need to replace this. I'm thinking Prism Guardian, so I might make that investment soon. Boots wise, we bought something that was just pretty decent, no life, nothing crazy expensive or anything. Just like, I think I made sure everything here was like 10x except this stuff I got for my main character, and so far so good. I really need more spirits so I can fit more brutes. That is kind of where I'm at. I really want my brutes performing better. That said, they are pretty decent, a bit on the slower side compared to like other, like storm mages an example, but we knew that going in. We do still need to, what's it called, scale our overwhelming presence a bit. I kind of wish there was a support gem that we could use with the aura to just make it, you know, to make it to increase its effects. But as far as I'm concerned, there's literally like no way we can increase the effect from a support gem. So it's just, there's no point in having any support gem to eat into our spirits. PoB wise, we haven't, what's it called, I do have some ideas on stuff I would like to change. I honestly want to go for this wheel. I think this wheel is borderline mandatory now. I just haven't decided if I want to drop this one for it. This looks like the weakest link that I'm just going to have to drop. We'll see. But odds are that's what I'll drop for this guy. Because this entirety actually ends up being like... It ends up being about 100% increased minion damage, which is a shit ton of increased damage you just pick up from these points. So I want to get there, to be honest. So I'll probably end up messing around with the tree a bit. I kind of still want jewel sockets, because if I have jewel sockets, then I can still use grand spectrums to scale spirit, which is something I want to do in the higher budgets. But we'll see. We do need more increased minion damage, what I'll say. Like, I practically have most of the increased minion damage on the tree. I have most of that, and I would say it's probably not enough. I would like more, so we'll see. My scepter could also be much better, so we have a lot of investing to do into this build, but we'll see. Shield wise, I think I want to go Prism Guardian. I want to stack as much spirit as possible is where I'm at. I was considering this guy, Alpha's Howl, but with how it doesn't provide any ES, I think that would really hurt my ES scaling, especially considering Alpha's Howl is like evasion and my chest piece is already hybrid because we're going for more spirit. So as much as this gives 100 spirit and presence rate just doubling, I think I just have to eat, like, I just have to not go for that and instead go for other options for helmets, especially rare, so we can actually take advantage of like Illuminated Crown with its Giga ES from equipped helmets. You know, that's kind of where my head is at with this PoB. But yeah, like I said, we have some videos to react to, and then we can go to gameplay. So first video is going to be Ghazi. Second video is going to be, I believe, PoE had an interview yesterday that I need to react to. I haven't watched it, so we have those two things to watch at least. But right, they really, I basically went live. I saw the title. They really need to fix the minion problem in PoE 2, and I was like, what minion problem are you talking about? Because there's quite a few. But let's see.
Essentially, I'm gonna show you guys again what's happening here. I'm having a bit of a problem, and that is that a lot of the patch notes gave me flashbacks to like 3.15, 3.19, and it's extremely frustrating. Because one thing I remember saying back
What is
then
that sound?
when they were nerfing Minion HP in PoE 1, it was like, guys, this is not gonna work. They're gonna die, and it's gonna be really frustrating. Something needs to happen. Something needs to change, and there was a whole shit show around this. And what then happened is PoE 2 patch notes comes out, and I said the same thing. This is not gonna work. Right now, I'm gonna show you how insane this is. I have level 30 Skeletal Storm Mage right now. This is with a level 18 gem, so I can get 2 more levels. Level 30, they have 4.7k life. If I put a Specter on, at least the current top tier performing Specter, which is doing less damage than what I'm currently doing, they would have a little bit more than twice that HP. I have almost all life or defense nodes for minions. They are, well, lightning's capped. They have chaos rest is 27. They are getting pretty damn good resistances across the board. It's just absolutely insane. Why is it showing twice, for that matter? It's okay, that doesn't matter. Whatever. Like, they have really good defensive stats and very good investments. Despite that, this is happening. I'm gonna show you again.
Yeah. This guy is fire and fizz, so if you have no PDR, he's gonna fuck with you. And even then, even if you have PDR, he's still gonna fuck with your minion. So like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Your minions are gonna die.
Watch this. The boss, this is, by the way, this is happening on several bosses. If the boss does an AoE attack as soon as it spawns, which a lot of them do, this happens. Boom. All my minions are dead. Like, literally every single one of them is dead. And a 5-second resurrection timer. Okay.
Yeah, now you just have to run around and wait.
I'll prepare. My minions just spawned.
Dead.
Boom, they're dead again. Why? Because the guy did another AoE attack. So they spawned, boom, dead again. Now they spawned, and now because the boss is not doing an AoE attack, now I can do my damage. I have no way of controlling my minions to get them out in time. I have no way of making them survive whatsoever, except for one thing: drop one of my damage supports and use last gas. Now, minions were never meta in point 1, they were not meta in point 2, and it just feels extremely frustrating to go through this type of layers of defense. We have lack of clear speed. We have actually pretty good single target boss damage. If the guys stay alive, that's the one time where we actually have really good stakes with a minion build. But when it comes to that type of damage, even in point 1, plenty of other builds did better single target damage. A large quantity of builds had much better clear speed, and they don't have to suffer through certain other pieces. Sorry, I'm a little frustrated. They don't have to suffer through a lot of this.
Completely understandable. I've been just as frustrated on the current state. Like, who remembers my reaction to the patch notes when I first saw the minion, that they were nerfing minion life? Because like, it just made no sense. Like, you're telling me the minions that were barely staying alive they weren't staying alive last league, you felt they were too tanky and you made them squishier? Like, okay. Not only that, but you nerfed them early game and end game? Okay. Early game was one of the most miserable experiences with minions because you literally had, like, I still remember facing Count Gionor on my very first run. I basically beat him with, I didn't even use SRS at the time. Because we were completely new. I didn't know about SRS. I was literally using permanent minions, and they would spawn, die, spawn, die, spawn, die. Basically, any AoE dead, any AoE dead again. And somehow they saw that, and then they said, yeah, that's too tanky, let's make those minions squishier. Yeah, that 200 IQ changes, let's go. Like, so I can completely understand the frustration. Even now as we speak, like, I was Arcane is on the call, I was talking about doing ritual and how, you know, brutes could be good at them because of how their AoE works and everything. And the reality of the situation is, all it takes is one thick ritual and Tornado of Rats to fuck my whole shit up. That's it. Tornado of Rats, everyone dead. Now I'm dodge rolling, trying to avoid the tornado that's coming at me, and their enemies alive. The moment my minions spawn, the tornado is right on me, then it's right on them. They die again, and then we just keep dodge rolling. that is the minion experience basically in ritual. Sometimes, so if I'm going to do ritual, I have to spec into like PD, like actually a healthy amount of PDR, and pray that it's enough. But anyways, that's me digressing. TLDR, minion survivability was not great before. Why they nerfed it is beyond me.
Some frustrating moments with POL situations. We can talk about Specters. If you outrange your minions, they will resurrect and revive right next to you. Great, fantastic solution. They added another mechanic with Specters where they turn...
Is that me, or is that's not me, right? That's him.
Next to you. Great, fantastic solution. They added another mechanic with Specters where they turn into a wisp and flies to you if they're just before they outrange and die and resurrect right next to you. I love that approach. I think that's fantastic. It's great. It really is. However, that's bugged. So now they stand still. You have to manually control them with the minion control, which means that your active minions that are still alive will also stop attacking to move to that position, and then you have to move them close to you for them to be resurrected again. Or you have to outrange them, or you have to move into the wisp for them to turn in. And another thing to point out is that the wisp form Specters can be attacked, body blocked, and aggroed by enemies. It's just, okay. Another problem with Storm Mages, which is what I'm playing here, and I'm playing right now for that matter.
You try to attack from too far.
When they are on max range.
Yeah, they think their range is slightly more than it actually is, so they're going to be shooting at the ground and not doing anything.
Do any damage. This was a problem in point 1 as well. So if that happens, you have to manually move the minions closer to the target, then tell them to attack, and now it's a 0.5 second cooldown on the command for that matter as well, which is also frustrating in this situation. Then they can do damage. And we have builds that is just moving forward, doing damage. I don't know.
Meanwhile, lightning spear is just
good damage, but my clear is very frustrating because of some of the stuff is rated behind bugs. Some of it is rated behind my minions.
Do you want to argue lightning spears? That's the lightning spear experience in Babs.
No comments.
Exactly. Thank you.
And the other part of it is that the AI is so frustrating around corners, tight corridors, doorways, and whatnot because of how they behave when it comes to the aggressiveness and also their movement speed. And it's just very frustrating to see this as we're trying to play the game. And I know some of the other content creators that play minions have already given up on this. I'm going to continue to play minions. I have plenty of guides coming. I just finished the guide on this one. The build's performing. But there are moments of frustration that I really hope they're going to attend to. And, you know, the patch notes nerfed everything and then some. And then the statement was, hey, this is going to be the season of buffs. See, the only thing we as players can do is provide feedback and hope that they listen and do some changes to it. I'm just really frustrated with some of these situations because it's really annoying and is breaking the entire approach of playing the game by so much. And I don't know.
I know many minion players that just aren't playing. Like they're either done with minions and they're just playing like other shit in PoE 2, or they're just done with PoE 2. Like really no, like big no lifers. They love getting like mirror tier gear with minions and shit. They're not even engaging with it right now because it's not worth it.
Anyways, leave some comments down below what you guys think of this with minions, what your experiences are with them, and I can only imagine how people have it with that have less gear than what I have at the moment. I'm not super geared, but I have pretty decent gear. So I want to know how people who might not be at that point are experiencing the game right now. And that's all I have. Hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment.
Okay, then we have, honestly, before we check out the interview, there is a last Epoch video I want to see, which is the graphical improvements. I still haven't seen that. I saw it pop up on my feed. I want to see, I think it was like a 4-minute video, if I can find it somewhere there. Ew. Is it widescreen monitors or whatever they call them? Why record this in the proper resolution, please. Let the people who have decided they wanted a widescreen, let them suffer. I'm talking about Arcane X, of course, because He's the only person I know that has it. Of course, you're welcome. Oh, this is so. Oh, this is actually so good. I like this. The house. I like the transition. I liked the sand in the previous area. My favorite part on last Epoch's graphics previously was this whole moon thing in the main central hub, not necessarily in the monolith area, but like how you could see that in the area where you would like in the last town before endgame. Basically, I really liked it. So the fact that they've leaned more into it, you can see the beasts moving around even more, so it's more detailed. I love that. What the fuck is that? You see, like this, being able to see this, I love it. Like it looks so much better, and I love the transitions. It's kind of cool. So I'm assuming this is the Lagon monolith, and that was the I don't remember their name, but the Void one, and the first one was like, I don't remember who's sand. Oh yeah, the desert people, the Majestas people, you know. I don't remember the monolith. It's probably not something I farmed much. But I know I've had to farm this one a bit at different points. Not the most. The most I farmed, I think, was the Void one. There's multiple Voids. I guess there is an entire left side of the monolith I never engage with. What is the middle one? Is it like a waypoint? I assume it's a waypoint. All right, let's speed this up, shall we? Wait, this looks... What the f... Oh, this looks so nice. The half fiery, half ice. The fire kind of looks like it's losing the battle between the eyes, because like the ice has more than this platform, and the fire just has like that little walkway, and I guess the sun. So I like it. I like this one a lot, actually. Let's increase playback speed a bit so we go through this a bit quicker.
Yeah, the ice looks nice.
Oh, this is so nice. This is actually way better than what they had. Ooh, the sun. The lights. Like, I love the lights. Of course, I don't think I'll be able to play with this graphical settings while streaming, but this looks good. What do you say?
Doesn't run well.
Yeah, they've also done a lot. They have good detail on their fire right now. I know their fire always looked awkward.
Yeah,
So this is
zone where you're fighting.
Yeah. So now they've done the full circle. Ooh, wait, there's a structure here now. Why is the structure there? I'm assuming you can't get there. Where's the map?
It's the Weaver stuff, isn't it? Same theme.
The sand area?
Yeah, the cemetery tombs, Egyptian style.
Oh, you think that's the way? You think that's Weaver themed? Because like remember the Majesta them are also desert themed.
One or the other.
I mean, we've been through this, haven't we? Are we going in this circle again? Oh, we're going in a different direction. It looks like. Oh, what the fuck is this red stuff? I know this is one of those very last monoliths, but I really like the attention to the detail in how the environment mimics what the monolith is, or the environments of the monolith, you know. And I'm assuming that's Aberoth fights, so not a regular monolith anyways. And I'm guessing we're not going to see in any zones at this rate. Yeah, this is not a monolith area, it's just... Oh wait, this is... I think this might be where we go to empower the monoliths. That very central place. That might be it. Well, this is here. Is it Hiorot or the ice zone? Have we seen the dragon monolith? The one that is about thunder. I don't think we have. From a lore perspective, I wonder why as we traverse all the different monoliths, or why the sun and the environment changes. Like if the ground changed, I would understand, but the sun also changes, or at least our perception of the sun. So it's either it's our perception and the sun is like static, or somehow we're warping through time as we go from one platform to the other. I don't know which it is. Last Epoch lore has always been lost on me. Maybe we'll actually try to spend time to catch up on this. Maybe. Do you have a link for the PoE 2 podcast?
Yeah, sure. 1 sec.
All right.
Jonathan Rogers.
Dude, have you seen just how much added damage a T1 Scepter gives you for your minions?
How much?
T1 Fizz, are you ready to have your socks knocked off? Keep in mind, this is limited to just attack minions. So T1 Fizz is allies in your presence deal, and I'm going to say high rolls here, top row, best in slots for the mod. This is flaring. Allies in your presence deal 19 to 32 additional attack physical damage.
That's insane. 32?
19 to 32. Dude, T1, this is the top. I looked at I had it like, I was like, I was thinking about my build when I woke up on, I think it was Sunday morning, and it's like, in my head I was like, okay, why don't I just forego some levels for actual just flat damage on my weapon, because they haven't been gaining too much damage per level, so this would be a way to do it. And in my head I'm like, okay, so it should be, surely like it could be up to like 90 something. That's way better than the level, so I could forego like 2 levels and get that and everything. And then I open PoEDB to see just what the rolls are, and I see 19 to 32, and I'm just like, God forbid. Like this is this is the highest rank. This is the highest roll in the highest rank, by the way. 19 to 32.
Hilarious.
I'm just like, am I a joke to you? What is this? And then you try to recombinate this shit and you see like 2% because T1. Like, what is that? I'd rather get the 119% increased damage. At least that sounds like a big number. It is a big number, to be honest, but there's no reason to get any flat added damage, honestly. Lightning is 4 to 71, which is actually, it's decent at least. Cold is 24 to 37. Yeah, like these guys are treating like this is a ghastly eye jewel.
Basically.
But it's Scepter. It's the only thing you can have. You can't stack multiple of them. It's the one and done. But like, I'm just like, what is this? It is disgusting. So the only mods that the only prefixes that are worth anything is just increased damage and increased spirits, and maybe increased mana depending on your build. It's like, it is nasty. It's disgusting. I was baffled when I saw it. I'm like, nah, this is dumb. All right, we've gotten the link. Oh, this is just the dropped frame. I have never actually seen the intro to dropped frames. Episode 425. I know it's timestamped. I just want to see the intro. I assume it's not too long. Yeah, it's like less than a minute. What?
Wait, Alva.
What about?
Curious who you change, like how you change your hideouts.
Who changed me?
Like Alva. Alva changes hideouts for people.
Oh, yeah.
I was trying to figure out where the NPC does it.
Oh. Yeah, I don't think I've had my first guess. Like, I'd have just talked to every NPC in my head because I know the person is there. I just wouldn't remember who. But I wouldn't think Alva.
Yeah. I just assumed it was her because.
Yeah, I would have thought, like, I mean, it's not going to be with Oriani or Kedzuli because I know what they do.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. It's Drop Frames. It's another Sunday. Hope you guys.
All right. Let's go to PoE 2. Jonathan Rogers joins us.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Drop Frames. We are now joined by Mr. Rogers. First name Jonathan. Has everyone ever called you Mr. Rogers, by the way, Jonathan?
Not really, to be honest. It's not something I'm used to hearing.
Are we on a first name basis then? Is that what you're saying? Or should I just?
I would say so.
Okay.
I mean, I'd kind of love to keep calling him Mr. Rogers.
I think for the entirety of the show,
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Rogers is his name. You know, we treat our guests with dignity, and that Mr. Rogers, welcome to the show. Thanks for being here. It's what, 6:30 for you right now?
Yeah, it's pretty early in the morning. As we go through, you'll probably see the sun slowly rise up in the background there.
Oh, we can have a sunrise together. This is great.
Do I still have playback speed?
Neighborhood.
No, I didn't. Okay, good.
Yet to be seen. I
JP,
think,
we
but,
want repeat guests. We want guests to come back, and when you do stuff like that, they don't want to come back.
Everyone likes Mr. Rogers. Everyone's a fan. They get him all the way down to New Zealand, you know?
I noticed you're doing an unintentional New Zealand segment right now because I believe the last game you were just talking about is also a New Zealand developed game. So
Oh, really?
you know, you've got yeah. They're made by, I believe that's made by Epoch, the game you were just showing, who's
Yes.
there in Wellington.
Into the Dead.
So
yeah, man.
You've got your thematic segment going on here.
Fantastic. Yeah, it was all
BG3
planned from the
updates?
start. Me and Zip
From the
knew that.
start.
Yeah,
Ignore those. Oh, really? We just
Oh,
said that was all part of the-
is this where you found out about Marathon?
No, I've always done about marathon since
Look,
all part of
I
the
met a lot of people on this Discord. Just on Destiny.
Fun fact, I still know about Marathon.
We can watch your reaction to it later.
No.
We're gonna edit them out in post. We're gonna edit them out.
That'll probably be off stream.
It happens.
I don't know if you know them personally, but they were in my chat. One of the devs was in my chat while I was playing the game, and they were delightful.
Oh wow.
Fantastic.
I do know Mario, who's kind of the head of their studio. I'm good friends with. So.
You know Mario?
Oh, nice.
From the Mr. Mario from
Jesus.
Nintendo?
Cut it. Stop.
I thought he was Italian. He's from New Zealand?
JP, stop.
Jonathan, we are so sorry.
It's okay.
All right.
So anyway, you made it. You work on a game or something? Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, Jonathan, you're the co-founder, game director on Path of Exile 2. Give me like the quick and dirty of how you came to be at GGG, Grinding Gear Games, and how you are in your current role. If there is a quick and
Yeah.
dirty of that.
Yeah. So effectively, well, you know, as you said, I'm one of the founders of the company. I was a founder right out of university. I was friends with my best friend at the time, you know, and still the case, Chris Wilson. He, you know, we just were like, we absolutely want to make a game. We knew we wanted to make what we definitely referred to as a sequel to Diablo 2. You know, we were just like, no one's making this. We need to do it. So yeah, we just formed a game company to do it. That's really the long and the short of it, to be honest.
Fantastic. So been there. How many years is that then at the company?
Oh, I mean, it was 2006, so I suppose 19 years.
Don't do the
it'll be
math.
coming up.
Oh.
Yeah. That's,
And now we're all old.
yeah. Actually, I realized recently that our company is more than half the age of the internet, which was kind of like a terrifying,
Oh wow.
terrifying realization I had the other day.
I thought Mr. Rogers is supposed to bring like happiness and joy and like a
Half
feeling
the age of the internet
goodness.
is crazy.
And the chat goes aware.
Oh man. Okay.
I mean, honestly, an even more terrifying thing the other day is
No, wait,
I was talking to someone. Sorry, I'm not have this digression right now. The other day,
Get it all
I was
out!
talking to
Get it all out.
someone- Yeah, I was talking to someone in the studio and I made a reference to Jurassic Park, and someone didn't understand it, and I was like, how the hell do you not understand a Jurassic Park reference? Like, what's going
Oh
on?
no.
Yeah,
You'll probably get a kick out of this.
But, like,
Jonathan. So many games, including the most recent one, KCD2.
Aren't there like Jurassic Parks that were released recently that or-
On the like savior schnapps, there's an icon of a floppy disk to represent saving.
Yeah, yeah.
The amount of people that have no idea what that reference is for, just zero. Anytime they see the save icon, they're just like, that's just some weird icon game devs use for saving. It doesn't mean anything. Oh, okay. Right.
Jonathan, what games did you grow up on? I guess is where we'll start. Like, and specifically, what games outside of ARPGs? Because obviously you had a strong influence from ARPGs, right?
Just a little.
For sure.
Just a smidgen.
I mean, it's honestly a variety. Like, people have often asked me, like, what are my favorite games of all time? And it's like a really hard question. I'm trying to think, like, the really standout ones might be like StarCraft and Warcraft, but also like Half-Life, like absolutely.
I never played StarCraft.
Quake, definitely. Final Fantasy 7 and through 9, like these were games that I loved growing up, but also like Spyro and Crash Bandicoot and this kind of thing as well. Like, yeah, it's kind of like a huge variety of.
As a kid, I really wanted to play Crash Bandicoot. I don't know why. I think I'd seen like trailers of it or something, and I do remember actually we had, and most people might not understand this, but when games for the PlayStation 2 were coming out like in the 2000s, right? Like 2000, 2010, the PS2 actually had like two different formats for the games, where I think the UK, Europe would have like would have like PAL, I think it's called, and then North America had like NTSC or something like that, right? And I remember I got a gift from someone, a family friend, an uncle, someone, and he had the wrong format for the PlayStation we had, and I think it was Crash Bandicoot, and that's where I discovered it. And he was like, it's one of those moments where it's like, I have this game, it looks fantastic, but I can't play it. And I think that went on for like, I don't think I ever played Crash Bandicoot, by the way, until like, I don't know, 2018 or something, like way past PS2, shit like that. But like, that is my earliest memory of like Crash Bandicoot.
Different kind of things that when I was growing up. I mean, and you know, yeah, a lot of shooters as well, like just first-person shooters. Like, I played a lot of those. I mentioned Half-Life specifically because it's like the real standout, of course. But you know, like, yeah, I honestly, I wish there were more single-player shooters as a serious thing in this day and age, because like, that's something that it's a genre I honestly miss. Yeah. But yeah, like that. Just, I mean, yeah, all kinds of things really.
So I just heard GGG is going to make a single player shooter. Is that correct?
That's
I
what
don't
I
think
heard.
so. Honestly, that is probably not even
You
slightly
play
in
as
my
Sin,
wheelhouse as far
and
as
you're
skills are
going to go
concerned.
and just blast everyone. It's going to be fantastic. Coming soon. Well, that's
Path
fantastic.
of immersive shooting.
Yeah, yeah, that's fantastic. You've had, let's say, a busy first week after
Very
22 launch. This is, I guess, the start of your Monday, right? The start of week 2 of the new patch. I hope you got some rest over the weekend. First off, and
I feel like we should just start with. So how we feeling?
Yeah,
How we doing?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's been a week for sure. You know, and it's like, I would definitely say we've never had like
crunch week.
And so we've had a few cases that have been close to this, I would say, in the past, in terms of like, you know, like the community being very unhappy about a lot of things. But this one was certainly taking the cake as far as that is concerned. But I mean, at the end of the day, the response is always the same thing, right? Like, we hear what people say, we try things out, we see if we, you know, like what we agree with, and then we try to find solutions that are going to fix, you know, any kind of problem that the community have, and we keep on doing that. We keep iterating. I would say one of the things that that's been going on this time is there's certainly like an urgency at the moment to feel like, okay, we have to make sure that everything we're doing, we're like telling people that immediately. So we certainly wouldn't post like patch notes every day normally. So normally, of course, that stuff's, you know, sort of happening in the background. But we really wanted to make sure people are understanding the fact that we are kind of, you know, like looking into these things and improving things. So, you know, that's certainly been a bit of a ride. But you know, like, I'm certainly a believer.
I will say that was a very good decision on their part. like releasing the daily patch notes and what they're working on and shit like that. Like it's one thing that they could have just been posting like after the fact, or like, you know, the actual patch note style, but it's another to just at least know where their mind is at. Like I know that minion survivability is not going to see light of day, but at the very least we've gotten some good changes in the past like week. So I can't be greedy here, you know. It is what it is. Are we going to be in a good state by the end of this I guess hot fix month or something? Probably not. I wouldn't hold my breath for it, but it's been a breath of fresh air to see the constant updates and whatnot.
That the more we do that, the more you know, like the people will, you know, will effectively be happy once, you know, once we've made fixes to all of the different things they're unhappy about. The hardest part, honestly, is just identifying the problems.
Right.
And
yeah.
I think.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I mean that's one of those things where, like, so for example, like a lot of people were talking about like monster speed, and it's like, okay, so when people are talking about that, they're talking about getting swarmed by monsters, right? And so then it's like, okay, well, why do you feel like you're getting swarmed by monsters? And then one of the things that we found, which we patch noted last week, is there was this system that monsters had where if they were doing like a multi-part combo, then there was a thing called an interrupt event where effectively, like, if the player got out of range of the monster, they would interrupt doing that skill and then continue chasing you immediately. And that means that effectively you didn't get a chance to kind of you know, like if a monster starts attacking, like they're doing like a sort of 3-hit combo, they'll do the first one, you'll be backing off from that, and then they'll immediately start running again, and then immediately start the combo again. And so that kind of thing just makes them feel incredibly frantic. So
like
just like certain monster types that just had that real frenetic kind of frantic feeling. And so we disabled that on almost all monsters as an example, and like immediately it's like now when you're fighting those monsters, like even though like we haven't changed the speed of the monsters per se, we just found,
you know, something that scares me with all the tweaks that they're doing to monsters, it's that specters are probably being caught in the crossfire as well. Specters that are already in a very shite spot are probably getting caught in the crossfire. It's just people are using these specters like we're not noticing. But like the reality of the situation is those guys are getting nerfed.
The thing that made them feel ultra fast as you're fighting against them. And it's kind of like it's really just a continuous sequence of like finding things like that. And when you obviously, you know, we have like a lot of monsters in our game, like huge numbers of them. I think, I mean, the eventual count of monsters we will have once we exit early access will be over 700. But even now, I think we've got over around 400 or something like that. It's like a ridiculous number compared to what most games have. And so it's like, you go back to some of these monsters and it's like, I don't even remember what was going on with this monster when we developed it. You know, it's like this was a while ago. Like I didn't know what's going on. You know, so the monster guys kind of have to have a look at these things and sort of refresh their memories and like, okay, what the heck is it? How is this thing even set up? Like, what's even going on with this thing? Yeah. You know, let's find out. So there's kind of a lot of that going on. So it just takes a while to kind of like assess these things and work out. So we did our first batch of those types of changes last week, but you know, we're still sort of looking into things, and like those are the kind of the more obvious ones. But honestly, with a game like ours, like the more you look, the more you find. Like there's sort of an infinite ability for like problems to hide in the ridiculous amounts of numbers. And
when is Torchlight coming out again? It's the day before last Epoch, right? So Thursday, or is it the day after?
I believe it's the day before.
Thursday 17th. Yeah. Okay. So it is the day before. All right. So I mean, one day of Torchlight into Ellie.
And
so wait, that means Thursday. From Thursday, we're going to be insanely busy. Okay.
And sort of things like that. So, you know, it's just a matter of finding everything, and you know, if we can find everything, then.
So we have today, which is Monday, right? Tuesday, Wednesday. It's only 3 more days of PoE 2 streams. Actually, no, Thursday might be because Torchlight likes to launch at like 9 p.m. So that means we're obviously still going to. We're probably still going to start by our usual time, but we'll probably have like 3 hours of PoE 2 then switch. Assuming they allow us to download Torchlight before the fact, so I don't have to download it while live and then have my stream, you know, struggle.
You know, I have no doubt that people will enjoy the game much more.
Is that
Speaking
just...
of
Go ahead, Zeke.
just speaking of all those monsters, I'd be interested to learn is there like I wonder if there's like a shorthand, you know, like for the like certain groups of monsters like Bruce, Chad, Doug, like these are the monsters like that, like so you don't say like epic beast from the hell pit of blah 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 blah. So you just say like that's Dan or that's
They
Chad,
do have
you
internal
know?
names. I don't know if Dan is one of them, but they do have internal
Sorry,
names,
man.
and that'll just be whatever the artist happened to name the folder when they were creating the model in the first place. Like just whatever they happen to choose, that'll tend to be the name. And
Okay.
yeah, there's certainly some kind of random ones in there, but that's for the data miners to find, I suppose.
Are any of them hilarious?
Yeah, is there a Chad?
I'm sure they are, but I can't think of any of the top of my head. I think at some point, so in PoE 1 actually,
Dan the Harbinger of Hell.
Some of the like the boss of Act 3 is just called Pope. So like there are things like that. I think that's what they were looking at when they were designing it. But it's
Dominus.
like, I think in PoE 2 they actually started to get a little bit more rigorous with trying to make sure the names aren't super out there. So yeah, most of the names are kind of you know, not too out there, but yeah, generally speaking, I mean, look, almost everything's going to have a different name than what it's called in the game, just because the naming part is like the last part, and usually, and even on like streams and so on, I'll often refer to things by their internal names, like even just areas and stuff like that, because you know, that's what they're originally called.
Yeah. Anything in the game
Oh, you learned them, yeah.
after you, Jonathan? Is there?
No, not at all. I'm
all right. Nothing like that. I want to go.
Seems like a shame.
Yeah, no.
Should have one little thing. One pixel on some
I want to go
zone.
back to what you said in terms of like the monsters and finding what's wrong. And is that just purely a numbers game? Like, are you constantly playing the game, reading comments? Like, how do you attack that when you're, you know, when the internet is screaming? How do you like cut the noise and figure out exactly what is actually at fault?
Well, the key thing really is that I'm never going to make a change unless I can reproduce the suck for myself. Like, I'm not going to just believe someone when they say this is bad. I'm going to like...
Jonathan, surely you log into Minions and know whatever you're leak starting, right? Surely you experience what we're experiencing. You see how you feel the AoE abilities we're feeling from these bosses on our minions.
Okay, so you're telling me that's bad. Great. I'm going to play this. I'm going to try and get to a situation where I can understand why you're feeling this way. Because if I don't do that and we just make random from the hip changes, then you know, it's not going to result in a game that I'm happy with. And that's kind of important because, you know, like, I'm, you know, in order to make the game good, it's really important that the people who are at the top level are playing that game every day. So, you know, like I have to be making a game that I'm enjoying. So effectively, like I need to be finding the things that are going to like make the game more fun for me and the players without making it less fun for me effectively. So right. That's kind of the key for me, I suppose. So, you know, when it comes to that specific monster change, I mean, I have to admit that was actually like Mark who discovered that one, not myself, but you know, that particular change is kind of one of those things. And by the way, the area that you're showing on screen right now, like that is an example of one of the monster sets that did have this problem. So like those monsters were like incredibly vicious. Like it's just a matter of like, okay, let's play this area, let's try and like a variety of builds. Let's see if we can find a build that feels overwhelming and bad and that kind of stuff. And you've got a lot of blind spots when you're playing as a game director because you know how to play, right? So you have to like often set challenges for yourself. Like now I'm going to play without this. Now I'm going to play with this thing. Like one of the key things that's really important as well is I'd like to do run-throughs where I pick the thing that I would least want to pick. So whenever the game presents me an option, I pick the thing I most don't want to pick and then see how it goes. Sure. And that can result in obviously you know, you do have to have like options that you can make where you can make mistakes. But you still have to understand what the lowest bound is as far as like, you know, if I picked everything bad, if I'm doing all the worst ideas here, you know, what kind of experience do I have? And so that's something that that you also
call those streamer runs, by the way.
But It is definitely. I mean, okay, but it's interesting though because I think that is one of the things with the Huntress. I think that's been really interesting is that, and this is maybe going to sound a bit bad, but it's like most of the time when I'm watching a streamer playing the Huntress, they're playing it not as I would play.
Judge me, Jonathan.
You
tell
can
me,
say
tell me
okay.
that I suck, Jonathan.
You can
I
say
wanna hear
wrong.
it.
You can say that. You can be like, most of the time I watch viewers play the Hunters, they're playing it wrong.
Yeah. But the thing is, I mean, look, at the end of the day, though, it's like, okay, people, if people aren't like playing in a way that I expect, it's because we haven't communicated the way we want people to play it, or people have tried it and they've not enjoyed it and that kind of stuff, right? So that's, at the end of the day, it's always on us still. But it's, you know, it's just one of those things that well, you learn a lot from playing. And I think it's interesting as well because when I went into this launch with the Huntress in particular, I was kind of like, look, regardless of any other changes we made, regardless of any content, I was like, I know the Huntress is fun. Like I've been playing it, I really, really love it. Like it is my favorite class that we have made.
Oh.
You know, so then that kind of then took me very by surprise when there were a lot of concerns about the Huntress at the start. It really comes down to those sort of play style things, right? Where like, you know, with the parries and the and disengage, like the whole like sort of in-out gameplay style, like I was really, really enjoying that. And a lot of our staff are as well, right? Like we've got a lot of people who are like, yeah, man, this is really awesome. Like it's got a sort of feeling of action.
A lot of people just don't like combo gameplay at the end of the
from
day.
the other classes to the same extent. There was that kind of stuff, and so
Especially when the combo takes a while to set up and you take the time to set it up and then it just feels unrewarding for it, either from a damage point of view, or maybe the thing you were trying to do the damage, the combo on moved away, so now it's going to be wasted, or a bunch of situations where it just feels a bit meh. So
yeah, it was really interesting that we had quite a lot of pushback about that. So then it kind of, once again, it came down to, you know, like we need to try the play styles that we're not trying. Like we need to, I need to try doing things that I wouldn't otherwise try, and then find out why, if those things are the problem.
Sure.
So out of curiosity, and this is going to sound like a basic question, but I'd kind of love your thinking on this. When you get to a situation where you are having to personally choose between something that is more fun or more balanced, how do you approach that?
So on the development team, I would say I'm usually the one who is pushing for more fun over more balanced. There are also countervailing opinions on the team as well, for like people who have to, like, you know, who have to make sure that the balance is good. And it is important.
They're probably like, no, stop having fun. Balance.
That's not the way that I would look at it, but it's kind of like, so I mean,
am I the only one that's looking at this gameplay footage thinking, how the fuck are you meant to spot actual ground effects with all those pops? Because I assume those are the blood balls that are, you know, popping and whatnot, but like, how would you actually see ground effects that are not yours? You just think everything that's happening is yours.
I definitely push in that direction, but it's kind of like, at the same time, there is this concern where I always want the game to be readable and understandable and kind of be able to sort of see what's going on. And so sometimes, like, there's a level of stuff that I tend to be a little bit more like, I'm a little bit uneasy about this, but I tend to be the one pushing for, like, you know, everything should work. If you expect it to work, it should work, and, you know, like, you should be able to do all these combinations and things like that. The issue that you get is that if there are things that are just way more powerful than other things, then it's going to push everyone to play that, and that's going to mean that you sort of lose build diversity, and then there's a that's a little bit harder to immediately identify, but it is important. Like,
so lightning spear,
long-term fun that you get from the fact that you play this game, and there's so many different things you can try, and it's not immediately obvious as you're playing your single build on a single playthrough, where you just want your thing to be powerful. But it's like, you know, we just have to like get to some level of balance and stuff along those lines. But yeah, generally speaking, I'm kind of like, you know, let people be able to do crazy stuff. Like, that is important to me. So long as it's kind of like, you know, like, so long as you get that feeling of progression all through the game from beginning to end, effectively.
Cool.
Sure.
Very cool.
Yep. Have you ever thought about streaming your own gameplay? Would you ever like open up the almost
Could you ever
Pandora's
show
box?
us how to play a Huntress?
Yeah, like just to see. Like, I see that question so much from the community. Like, well, how do you play it then? And I think it would do well.
this thought crossed my mind actually in the last week, I must admit.
Yeah.
And I kind of realized, I think what I'll do next time when we play, like between the week where we announce, you know, like do our live stream and announce the class, and the time when we actually, you know, like have the release, I think I actually might do some development streams and just like sort of show people my gameplay.
I think that's a fantastic idea.
Yeah. I mean, like, I guess there's no real reason I shouldn't do that. Like,
I think that's a fantastic
You're
idea.
gonna get criticized, of course, but like, you're gonna do that regardless of if you stream or not.
Well, I was gonna say you're already halfway there. I mean, your outreach to the community and doing these interviews with all the people that you have. I mean, you're essentially doing that already. Yeah. So just doing it while playing is the next step. But yeah, that'd be instrumental. Like I gotta say, it would have been very interesting to see the Huntress release after having seen somebody who knows the ins and outs of it utilize it effectively. Because I can tell you, the first hour, I was just like, okay, wait, am I supposed to do this, or can I just do my one button combo, or am I supposed to like? So like, it's so different and fun, but it was alien. It was not my. It was not like I'm not used to this, so I didn't know if I was doing it right. So it could be really cool.
The thing is, I mean, I'm like that feeling of this is alien is actually something that I want when we release a new class. Because if we're not doing that, then we're not actually making new classes, really. If you know what I mean.
Sure.
Like it's kind of supposed to be that each class has a different feel entirely. I mean, like that isn't necessarily always going to be 100% the case to this degree, but yeah, certainly as far as action RPGs are concerned, I don't really know if there's something quite like this in another sort of like, you know, in what you would in the action RPG system. When I refer to action RPGs here, I'm talking about top-down Diablo style games, right? That's what I'm talking about here.
Yeah.
Like there's not a lot else, you know, like this type of combat around. So you know, then that is what we want to do.
Rest.
I guess the thing that's interesting as well is that I sort of also suspect that
technically saying just no rest for the weekend. For the weekend
that we had launched at the start of early access, it would have also been quite a different feeling then as well, because then it would have just been like, okay, here's one of the options for the people who like this kind of like parry and really fast motion type of play style. You know, like they're sort of bounding around and doing, you know, like dexterous melee. And that would have been, because I mean, they're like people who love that. But then obviously there are people who are like, you know, I find parrying awkward. I don't like, you know, this or that or the other thing. And then for those people, you know, like obviously other classes may be better. So if it had been launched in that same pack, I think we might have got quite a different reaction from that class in particular. Of course, there's like many other things that people are unhappy about as well, which we're kind of working on.
Sure.
But, you know, like that, in terms of that particular like class reaction, I think that would have changed things quite a lot.
Yeah.
I'm just curious how you play minions that it felt really good with, and then so good they got nerfed on survivability. That's what I want to see.
Maps. I haven't parried since I was like.
I just suspect that it's one of those things where my tolerance for minions dying and his tolerance for minions dying are like very different, and he doesn't mind having his minions dead for 10-15 seconds in a row because of AoE, when it means when they are up they do damage or something. Maybe that's it.
Like level 10. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for you to hear that a player just completely disregarded maybe the core element of a core element of the class for you?
I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing, I suppose, but it is something that I think that it was a blind spot for me, because when I was playing, like all the way through, I was using parry all the time, because that sort of parry disengage into using a spear combo is something that I was using right from the beginning till the end.
Right.
You know, so that, like, I mean, the idea of that was, you know, like you sort of unlocked all the things that you can do with the with the twisters and stuff like that. And so I think that because we added that extra skill like right after launch, that means that no longer is that combo. Like, I don't know if you're using that either, that color weak skill, but you might just be using frenzy charges from other source, because that's the other thing as well, is the frenzy charges then become sort of easier using other sources as you go through the game. So I'm curious if are you using frenzy charges at all is the first question.
No. I never said I'm a good build. Okay. Full disclosure, in PoE 1, I probably have like 2,400, 2,500 hours.
Right.
Never done my own build. I've always followed a guide. In PoE 2, I've never followed a guide just because of how the game's released with its updates. There's not really guides to follow. So I kind of just like picked things that I enjoyed. And so this time around, I'm using like Spearfield with Bleed and Knock.
Let me see. I just saw a Specter name. I want to kind of check. Give me a second. Utsal and whatnot. They have a claw leap, roll left, roll right, swipes. I feel like I know these specters, but they don't have a. It wasn't a leap. They're the big guys that swing. Was 70 melee strike range is more or less a ranged minion.
Back. Rake and is it
Right.
Herald
So you're
of
going all the
Blood?
bleed.
Yeah,
Okay,
more bleed, more explosions
More
and,
bleed, okay,
and things like
sure.
that.
But look, in that case, like the bleed sort of style of the Huntress doesn't really rely on the sort of parry stuff. But if you're doing the elemental stuff or the whirlwinds, then you definitely want to be getting frenzy charges and doing that whole thing. And yeah, like effectively. We didn't have a way of getting frenzy charges for the first kind of like 50% of the campaign effectively in an easy manner. So that was kind of, and effectively that meant that if you wanted to do, unless you were going bleed, then if you wanted to use all of the elemental spares, you effectively had to do the parry stuff in order to get frenzy charges.
Right.
And so but what we effectively did to ameliorate that, if people didn't want to parry, there was adding this cull the weak skill that allows you to get frenzy charges anyway. And that means that you've got access to that whole side of the build, and it is powerful, right? Like those enhanced spear throws are, you know.
Oh,
like
Call the Weak with Lightning Spear was crazy. Yeah.
But I mean, even the other ones as well, especially because what they do is they, for the other ones, they all unlock ground effects like fire and lightning and stuff like that, which then you can infuse with your into your whirling slash, which you then use with the twisters. And so like that kind of stuff is like my primary, like the build that I played all the way to endgame. Because you know I don't actually have time to play literally every build to endgame. That'd be completely impossible.
Yeah, no, there's no way.
Development time. But the build that I was playing all the way to endgame was using the whirling slash twisters, and then with barrage as well, like which means that you can get like a huge number of twisters. You know, yeah, that like.
Is that how we've been seeing like 20 something twisters? I assume
So
that's how.
The build I was playing, and that involved using the parry to kind of get it started. But then I also was using Fangs of Frost to freeze monsters, and I kind of had two variations of the combo. Like you could either parry into Fangs of Frost if you wanted to have like if you wanted a faster combo for like more like just clearing. Or you could use like parry disengage for more for longer fights against rares or against like bosses or something like that. So
yeah,
that was kind of like what I was doing for like through to end.
I've seen this name as well.
But I mean, you know, like obviously there's like, you know, we try other things. We, you know, have a lot of different experiments. But there's actually this phenomenon that's like kind of annoying, which is that unless you actually
there is nothing.
There's something about it that just doesn't quite work in testing. Like it's you never get the same feeling unless you actually play through on the character. Like if you just make a character and at endgame and then like you're like, okay, I'm going to put all these skills on it, and you sort of feel you might think that you have the right idea about what the items should be, but somehow it just never quite feels the same as when you've leveled up yourself. And so I actually don't tend to do that very often when I'm playing. And I honestly, I don't even know if I can fully explain why that is. But there is something important about that process that kind of gets you to a state of a character and like,
yeah.
Well, it's because the character is not just a thing; it's the experience you have playing it to where it is. Like it's when you have a PoE character, it's like because we've talked about that frequently. Because like one of the reasons of using builds or having a character played for you, which I know is kind of a hot topic with shared accounts and stuff. Thanks, Elon. But it's you know it's very much. I feel the exact same way. It's like a lot of RPG. You got to have the whole experience to understand every ability, every class. Now I know understanding it's not part of you, but still for it to be yours and your journey and everything, you kind of have to do it yourself.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, there absolutely is an understanding of abilities because once again, if I, like, even for me, right, if we create an ability and then I just try it at a high level without actually doing a playthrough that earned it, like, so this is actually one of those things, by the way, that actually was, okay, so the reason why the Huntress, I mean, this is true of any class we didn't add, but the reason why the Huntress wasn't ready is we had a bunch of abilities that were effectively designed without doing the playthroughs, right? Like we would make an ability, like this is before, right? We'd make an ability, we would put it in the game, we'd try it on a character that we had pre-constructed and be like, oh yeah, this ability, you know, like does this, and right? But like, until we realized at some point that like, when you actually were playing and then you got the, like, when you were actually playing and then had the ability to select it for yourself, it completely changed the vibe of like how that skill felt like, you know, it's like, it's important that you actually test the part where you're actually trying to weave it into a build that you've got going through. And so without that, you actually don't even have really an ability that you've actually tested and know that's good. And there are even like some abilities I would say still in the game now that that didn't get enough attention from that part of the experience. And so it's something that I think we can actually improve even on some existing classes as well, with some abilities that were like maybe like a little bit rushed or things like that. So like that experience is actually important. And I actually think that the Huntress's abilities as far as like that experience is better than some of the other classes for this reason, because I was spending more times because I was specifically this whole time from the time when we launched early access till now kind of doing Huntress, playing Huntress and then sorting that. It kind of meant that it got even like more individualized attention than what I think some of the other classes actually got in that way.
Yeah. Would you say that's how you're going to treat the time between every patch moving forward? Did it feel like that was constructive enough and a proper way of spending your time? I guess is how I'll frame the question.
And also, is this only for the Huntress, or is this for like every Ascendancy that comes out? Like, did the Ancestral, not Ancestral, I must say Consider Commander, Forge Master of Kitao, or whatever his name is that also something like you take time to play test and all that? Because it's like, I see the current state of manifest weapon there, and like from everything I've heard, there's just no use case where that Ascendancy point is good. It doesn't snapshot, so you can't use it as a buffing minion. It doesn't do good AoE damage. It doesn't have good single target. It's like it doesn't really do anything well except exist, I guess. That's like the only thing it does well.
Well, I mean, the issue with that, of course, is that I wasn't paying as much attention to other things that that were problems, right? Which is definitely a concern.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's interesting because I think that one of the issues that we had. Okay, so I'm gonna blame Christmas. This is what I'm gonna blame for all of our problems here.
Oh my God, the war on Christmas continues.
All right,
Oh no, here we go.
Santa Claus, we're coming after you.
So what happens is that, so we're release early access, right? And then we've got like 3 weeks before everyone's off in their break. And during that 3 weeks, we're in this mode where we're like responding to problems and we're like trying to fix things and everything happens. And then we've got like 3 weeks where, where Christmas happens and everyone kind of goes away. We've lost the context of even being in the mode of like, we're responding to what the players are complaining about kind of thing. And it's like, bear in mind as well, at the start of early access, that like, 7 out of 10 people are talking to me are being like, oh wow, the game's amazing, it's so cool. Like, because what they're doing is they're playing through the game for the first time, they're experiencing all the bosses, they're experiencing all, just the graphics and the art, and like everything's cool, right? So they're all like, oh wow, the game's amazing, right? And so you got a bunch of people who are also talking about problems, and those are real problems, right? But they're being drowned out by the positivity of like everyone experiencing this new game for the first time.
Sure.
And so like, nothing that the players are complaining about today is something that people weren't complaining about back then. It's just that they weren't the loudest voices in the room at the time, and now they are.
Right.
So effectively, like you've got that thing, and so effectively, so after Christmas, right, we come back and we're like, okay, we need to get this Huntress out. I'm going to focus all my efforts on getting this class out that we're doing.
But then there was the whole hacking saga. Reddit was on fire.
Kind of eye off the ball, as it were, about like what are the issues that are sort of happening in the community as much, because we're like, okay, we're focusing on this next expansion. Like that disconnect, I think, was a real problem between like those two time periods. And so this time, I'm actually, and it seems obvious, but it's like I'm actually taking time in the scope doc for the next patch. So I mean, we've obviously got a document which is like the scope for 030, right? Like we've got a document for that. We sort of know what we're planning on doing for that. We've got in that scope document at the very top, like, make sure the players aren't going to be unhappy about this. Make sure the players aren't going to be happy about this. And like, just like, here's like 6 things that we just want to make sure like we're actually doing something about this, as we're considering, like how 030 is going to come together, so that we don't kind of make that mistake of like kind of forgetting about all of the things that are sort of outstanding issues, as it were. And so, I think that shouldn't be a problem again next time. But like I guess that's kind of like the main thing, right? It's just making sure that we don't like forget about the fact that as we're making content, that we also need to be like addressing those kind of like underlying issues.
That makes sense.
So that's kind of what we're doing there.
Yeah.
Speaking of like getting negative comments and negativity generally, when you're making a new addition, a patch, whatever you want to call it, to the game, like, do you have like a meeting with your crew that's like, okay, this is going to make some people mad, so we're going to batten down the hatches and we're going to weather this storm, but we'll come out the other side of it because in the long run, we all believe that it's a good change. Like, is there a lot of that shit happening?
I wouldn't say that it is like that exactly, except for okay. So here's
the except
that we did have. So effectively, so when we launched early access, we had a whole bunch of things that were out of control as far as like balance is concerned. Like there were just some things that were just trivializing shit in a way that was bad. And so what we started doing right at the start was we started nerfing those things, right? We kind of was like, okay, this is early access. We're gonna nerf a bunch of things. And immediately we got like huge pushback from that. And understandable, right? Like for me, it is understandable because if you're playing like actively and then someone nerfs what you're doing, you're going to be unhappy about that, and rightfully so, right? Like I was playing and now my character is ruined, right? And the funny thing is that what we thought we were doing, even when we were doing that, like we're mindful of this, right? Like we even thought as we were doing that, like, okay, we're going to nerf things, but we're not going to nerf them.
Is that me?
No, it's me.
Oh, sup? I was reacting to something. I was like, is this from what I'm watching?
No.
What up?
Is Josh here?
He should be, and if he's not, he probably just stepped away.
Okay.
To the point where they're bad, we're just going to nerf them to like.
Okay.
We're going to have some
Talk to
like
you
upper
later.
bound
Love
of
you.
like, what
Bye.
we're
All right, talk to you later. Bye.
allowing, and we're going to try and just nerf it down to that point. So like the stuff that people is playing that they're playing because it's part of the meta, we're just going to we're not going to nerf it even as much as we might want to. We're just going to do like a temporary nerf to get this thing kind of like not trivializing shit. So that's what we thought we were doing. So we started doing that. We did that for like, I don't know how long it was. It might have been like a week.
Okay.
And then immediately it's like we just got huge amounts of pushback from people. So we're like, okay, we can't do this. So like, how are we going to be able to do all these changes that we know we need to make in order to kind of get things more in line? And the reason why it's important to get things in line is because we need to, as I said before, we need to make sure there's build diversity. Like you're not only playing like one of like a few, just a few things. And so for that one, we definitely knew, look, whenever we've done nerfs in the past, it's been, it's caused anger. And so then we're like, okay, but in order to offset that, we need to make sure that we've got things like, a new class, that we've got like new in-game content, we've got like enough new stuff that people aren't going to dwell on the nerfs as much, or at least that was the theory.
And then they murdered everything.
In reality, there was a kind of an effect that I don't think I had appreciated before that kind of now I think is kind of also another source of a lot of issues, which is that like we made a bunch of people who thought, and maybe this is going to come out slightly wrong, but like they thought they knew how to play the game, feel like that they suck now, and that is a bad feeling.
Well, they learned
right?
one
That's a
thing
really
and
bad
then you
feeling to give
changed the
someone,
thing,
right?
right? Yeah.
Mhm.
Right? So effectively, it's like there were a lot of things that I would say were like, well, okay, effectively any change can do this, right? It's like if you've got a thing and you know how you're playing a thing, and then we make a change where now the thing you were doing before sucks and is bad. Now your immediate feeling is like, that like I know how to play the game, and yet this is sucking, so therefore the game is bad. And like they're not necessarily wrong to feel that way either, right? Like making people feel like they suck is a feeling that nobody is ever going to enjoy, right? Like it's a feeling that is bad. So effectively, like,
Reminds me of day one on Minions where
did to a bunch of people who were relying on the various things that.
Why does that automatically I don't like you muting me. Anyways, that reminds me of day one of like PoE 2 launch, playing minions, all my minions are dying. White mobs are taking like 6 seconds each to kill, multiple volleys of attacks, and I'm just thinking, God damn, what am I doing wrong? What the fuck am I doing wrong?
That were happening. Now the good news is that now that we've gotten things into a much more sort of normalized place, as far as like think like the outliers are not too crazy, like everything's kind of in a more normal place. That
I don't know about the outliers not being too crazy.
Of like, okay, now we can buff things to make them more fun. We can do all these things. Where we can
Well, let's
improve
lightning
stuff, but we
spears
did have
where
to get to a
everything
point
should be.
of,
Then I have no issues with
somewhat
that. But like, I
normalization
don't
of
think
balance.
that's
Like, they did
the
have to
case.
happen. And
I really don't think that's the
honestly
case.
don't know if there was a way we could have done that would have been fun for people to experience. You know, like
Yeah.
when you nerf like everything players are doing, it's not going to be a fun time. Like, it's just not going to be.
So wait, based on what you said, hey Reddit, nerfs are done. No more nerfs. Oh, we're good.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
we've been notified. They're
yeah.
good.
yeah.
Speaking of things that make me feel like I'm shit at the game, the Ascendancies, specifically the 3rd and 4th. How do you feel about those right now? In the
That reminds me, I should get my Ascendancies done.
Because for me personally, the 3rd one is brutal. Like, I abhor doing it. I abhor everything about the process.
I think that is mostly around monster work. So Ascendancy monsters are quite hard. Well, okay, specifically Sanctum, the monsters have got a like.
I
you
hate
effectively have
the
to design
sand
every
one.
monster in Sanctum like a boss in terms of telegraphing and all that sort of stuff, and it takes quite a lot of work. Like, it's harder than a normal monster to make, and there's more we can do there, because that was also one of the last areas that got the monster work done before early access. I think it's probably got some of the roughest monster work as well.
Okay.
So there's quite a lot that we have to do there, like, to just improve it. And like, we're sort of slowly doing some of that work, but I don't think we did enough of that in the last launch that we just did. So there's more to do there, and that's all those like just devil in the details type of work where we just need to sort of just improve monsters to feel better, and we'll get that over time and it'll be done. But you know, effectively, we just need to keep on doing more. That being said, like, it is supposed to be the case that Ascension is supposed to be like a point in your character where you feel like, you know, it is supposed to be harder than the content that surrounds it. It's supposed to be like a moment
I don't think Ascendancy should be like locked behind 8% of the player base.
Like, if Ascension was just a pushover, then it's like, well, yeah, you
It shouldn't be a pushover, but like,
but at the same time, you know, like, yeah, there's definitely monster problems that we have in those both of the Ascension classes, Ascension trials.
It was for me specifically, it was the Sanctum, and I didn't like Sanctum in PoE 1, so there's, you know, that's a problem to begin with for me, like a personal problem. And I know a lot of that.
I didn't like Sanctum either.
Like, I still don't like
it.
And for what it's worth, I ended up getting good.
JP, if you were playing Huntress, right? I mean,
yeah, I ended up getting good, and I ascended, and you know, I got the power that I wanted from that. The process was to just experience that. It wasn't to like go in there on the first try and get the ascendancy point like it was in PoE 1 with labs. It was to go in there, get some honor resistance, kind of build up the actual relics and things like that, and really get involved in the process. And then I ascend. Is that always going to be that process to where you,
how many runs,
have to build up to
how many runs did it take is the question I have for you.
4, with one of them being under leveled because I was just farming relics.
Right. I would say that,
I think 4.
like, I would say 2 or 3 is more than what I would want for the 3rd ascension. Well, to be honest, probably for the first few, like that sort of 2 or 3 kind of zone is kind of more what I would expect. Is right. But it obviously it sort of is dependent, right? Like a good player should be able to do it in one once they know how to, you know, once they know how to do that stuff, or they know what the build is like. And that
you
sort of
mentioned it. Some of those mobs just are brutal, like the sandworm mobs. Those things.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Especially if I'm fighting like a rare summoning portal or something, and you know, having issues killing them in the first place. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, some of the monsters are just brutal.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes down to like individual cases and that sort of stuff. Like, we just have to make sure that they're all good. And as I said, we've got so many monsters that it's like hard to even, you know, like it takes a long time to go through this stuff.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Something that really like sunk home to me just now, like just recently during this conversation, was like the fact that it's still in early access. And it's weird to think that. You know, because it seems like such a polished, finished product. Like, even though there's obviously it's not done yet, but like even my 50 hours in it was like, oh, this feels like it didn't feel like an incomplete game at all. It didn't feel like early access. So I think we tend to forget that it's still in early access, and we forget that like that we
I agree.
agreed to buy it in early access, so we should be. I mean, I'm not trying to like kiss your ass or anything, but like we should be more forgiving, right?
I actually don't fully know if I even agree that because a player, like, we don't have any right to a player's forgiveness, really. Like, at the end of the day, like, people have the experiences they have, and we just have to live with that. And it's like, I mean, look, if we're going to sell a product, then, you know, people should have the expectation they're going to enjoy the product that they're buying, right? Like,
Right.
you know, like, sure, we call it early access, and that it is, right? Like, that is a label that does something as far as, like, player expectations is concerned, and that is important. But at the end of the day, you still have to deliver a product that people are enjoying. So, yeah, I mean, from that
I like this
perspective,
I like this
can't be
response.
unhappy when people are, like, I can't use the excuse of, oh, it's just early access when I'm talking to players, because at the end of the day, like, that's not a constructive thing for me to even say. Like, it's like, I need to be
I
like,
love this
okay, well,
response.
what's the issue? Let's try and find out what you don't like, right? I guess one of the things that being in early access does mean, though, is that, you know, like, there are a lot of people who won't play something that's in early access until we're saying it's fully finished. And so that's kind of part of what you do get from being in early access, is you get to kind of, you know, like, you get to effectively limit the number of people who are playing until you're sort of ready for that big, you know, for that big surge of players that you'll get that full release.
Sure.
So, you know, that and that's the thing. And so like, from that perspective, it's a very unusual early access, right? Because we had so many players. Like, I actually wonder, like, how many like pay to play early access games have even had this many sales. Like, it might be kind of quite up there as far as that's concerned. So it's quite unusual.
A rare few. Yeah.
It's quite unusual in that regard.
Well, is that so? Using the current 0.2 patch, specifically like the Wisp mechanic. The Wisp mechanic is. Would you call that like the League mechanic? Like, what was the bullet point next to Wisp within the design document for 0.2? I'm curious if that is like. I'll stop the question there and let you answer, and then follow up. Yeah.
So it didn't rise to the level of being a league, like what I would call a proper actual league, because we didn't have all the things that a league has, right? Like, leagues have, I mean, it almost kind of got there. Like, you know, they've got crafting systems, they've got meta systems, they've got, like, you know, like, there has to be some weight, like there has to be an in-game boss, there has to be all these things. Like, some of those things we didn't have.
Yeah.
So it didn't rise to the level of being a league, and that's the reason why we in the end decided not to make it a league. We were kind of thinking it could be league-like, but we just didn't quite have enough going on with it. But the primary reason why we did the Wisps actually was because we wanted to make sure that there was more content in endgame that overlapped with other content. So one of the big things that was lacking in PoE 2's endgame was not enough, like, overlapping axes of randomness, is the thing we call this, where effectively you've got, like, different mechanics that overlap, so that, like, you can get more situations that you've never seen before, where it's like, oh, what if the, you know, the Wisp happened to happen to inhabit this boss, and then that's a different thing, or it happened to be near the strongbox, or, you know, like this, like, effectively, like, multiple things that can overlap together to cause a new combat situation. And so, yeah, as I said, the reason we picked the Wisps was because we wanted something that could work like that and have more content that work like that, and that ultimately will lead to an improvement in the end game. And I think a lot that sort of, for as far as the content outside of the Huntress, it was that sort of stuff that we were trying to get there.
Right.
And honestly,
improve, you know,
okay,
like, yeah, just effectively how the
that impulse. Honestly, they did a pretty good job at achieving this. From what do you call it? From the new strong boxes, the uniques that actually you encounter and like, oh shit, and then you think about what you want to do with them. To the Wisps, to like or to like random, at least I don't expect it, but like random fractured boss encounters, like they did a lot to increase that randomness, right? And when it happens, I really do appreciate it. But so far, aside, I guess, the strong boxes, because the strong boxes can be rewarding, i.e. the Ventor strongbox, and I guess the fractured boss as well, dropping a guaranteed fracturing orb also feels the same way, like it feels good. The others are maybe a bit lacking in the reward department, because I don't like when I see any non-Ventor unique strongbox, I get curious because it's a unique strongbox, but not so much that I alter my playstyle. I have heard of like some people going for like, what's it called, for different strongboxes where it would affect it. For example, there's a unique strongbox where it allows you to resurrect the same monster, rare monster, but each time you resurrect it, it gains a modifier. And apparently, if you have it like chance to reopen strongbox and it hits, you will continue facing that same monster. And if this is the last, if you've killed every other rare monster in the map, then this monster inherits the final rare monster bonus of like for waystones. So each time you kill it, you're just pooping out multiple waystones, which can really giga just like sustain, which is a way people are engaging you. But at some point, you're going to have to deal with like a 10 modifier, 15 modifier monster, and I mean that would feel like quite a challenge. That would feel spicy to face. But like that is one of those situations where this is a very fun, very random encounter. So the unique strong boxes do a decent job at that. But I can't say that there's anything else that really does to the same level aside the fractured modifiers, I would say. Wisps definitely don't get that same effect. Like I kind of wish Wisps were more rewarding, and not only that they to the degree they make the monsters harder and how like quick you have to kill the enemies. I think it just, when I encounter a Wisp, it's not really excitement, it's just okay, let's do this. It's like that's the feeling I have.
Over time, like when we're concentrating on that kind of more league-like mechanic, that's the stuff we'll be looking at.
Yeah, so do you find that to be a hurdle given the history of your PoE 1 updates, the leagues, the expansions, all of that being brought into PoE 2 while the game is still in early access, to where there's like these two, progress paths of like, we got to make 0.3, we got to introduce another class, we have to set,
right.
PoE 2 is not a finished game, but also we've set expectations because of people being brought over from PoE 1 with these like expansions and these leagues. Is that
right.
Is that a hurdle? Like, do you kick yourself at night for like, fuck, we set this up and now we've delivered on it before, we got to do it again, however many times until the game's out of early access, until those things align?
It is a concern, but I think that it's actually important, even regardless of whether or not we were in early access, because the end game needs to have enough content at launch to make sure that people are really engaged. And like, end games are one of those things where like every action RPG that comes out, people complain that there's not enough end game content. Like, it just happens every single time.
It happens with any game, yeah.
So, yeah. So effectively, what it ensures that we will have when we come to the actual full release is that we will have a lot of end game content. And so I think that like, and so, okay, so like when the next release we have, like for 030, we'll probably like turn down the wisps in the campaign and there'll be some other thing. And like when we get to eventual release, like there might only be a few wisps in the campaign. And like it's one of the many different random things that you can find that just effectively serve as just like interesting things that you find during the campaign. That's what it will feel like there. But then
Essence is always fun during the campaign initially.
Going on with. And so effectively it's expanding that universe of stuff that that can exist in endgame. And without I think that it would have been very hard if we didn't have early access to have been able to create the amount of content that an in-game needs just kind of off the cuff like that. We need like so many different overlapping systems. Yeah, I think that's sort of important.
Sure.
To have a situation like that.
To be blunt, how long did like the Wisp mechanic take for development process?
I don't. It's hard for me to even quantify because you've kind of got like a whole team, and it's like I don't like.
There's no like without answering like man hours, I guess.
Dude, it reminds me so much of Abyss. I actually wanted to ask if it was related.
It's
Torments.
Actually a little bit of a. I mean, it's more like the Tormented Spirits in PoE 1. But it does work more like Abyss in the way that the spirits track and go along a path. So it fixes some of the issues that the Tormented Spirits have. But I mean, I wouldn't say it took like that long, really. Like we actually like decided to do them like not even really that early in 2.0's development. Like it didn't really take that long. I mean, consider what we needed to actually make that happen, right? And this is one of the things is that I think we are very good at as a company is like being able to leverage what we have. So what does it take to make wisps? So the actual effect for the wisps themselves is obviously like made of particles, so there's no like modeling involved in that. The animals are all animals that we had that we could do like a few animations for to make.
Yeah, the bears are already in Druid.
Like we had a bear model, we had a deer model, we had like all these different things. So like those are all things that we sort of had, so we can utilize those in a completely different context that you would never see as being the same. In terms of the actual abilities,
I don't think I've seen a deer.
Work, like, but not necessarily more than like a boss would take. Like it probably took about a similar amount of VFX time as a single boss might take to make that stuff. And then you've got the various mechanics around like the programming time. I mean, it wasn't really that hard. It's kind of like I mean, I wouldn't say it really took that long.
Okay.
So yeah, like it's a relatively easy feature to make, and I feel like you get a reasonable amount out of it. And so it's just a question of making more things like that, just having interesting stuff to find.
So is it safe to say that alongside new classes and all the other like early access updates, that's the type of stuff we can expect moving forward for 0.3, 0.4, and so on and so forth?
Yeah, we'll definitely be adding more content like that. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That makes a lot of sense. I want to go back to when you said obviously PoE 2 super successful in sales and player base. I think at launch you guys averaged like almost doubles at least Steam count players on that. How hard is it for you to like take all of those new players, and I'm going to use Zeke as an example, and I'll give you a backstory there. Zeke bounced off of PoE 1 pretty hard. He even had Ziggy running him through it as kind of a Sherpa and bounced off of it pretty hard. But with PoE 2, and I think he told you this prior to us starting the interview, he put like, what, 60 hours in it, Zeke, or something like that?
Yeah, 55.
How do you make a game for the Zeeks, but also keep the Zizerins involved? Like, there's a huge disparity in the type of players that
I like
that
the
those
question.
two are. How do you satiate and succeed in making a game like that? Or do you feel you've already done that? Or is that the forever problem?
Well, I personally... Okay, so if you imagine the sort of Venn diagram of this, as it were.
Okay, yeah, Zeke and Ziz, the circles.
Where you've got like things. So the question you're effectively asking is there any overlap there?
Yeah.
Right? Like, is there a place where the game can be that both of those players are happy with it? And I am a believer that yes, there is. Now, I think there are a lot of players who would say that there isn't, but I still believe that there is.
Okay.
Personally. And that is the thing the target we're attempting to hit. Now, the difficulty of that is that we're attempting to hit a smaller target, right? Because like if we have to nail the dart right into the...
Can't wait till he streams. Yeah, I'm looking forward to them, Loki.
A smaller
Like I think that's a brilliant idea that the streaming one.
Than balancing PoE 1 has
the
been.
dev streams, like it's such a good idea.
That a lot of the reasons why Path of Exile 1 had people like you bounce off them is not necessarily...
Man is coping that, but he is overdosing on that copium. Jeez.
necessarily the same kind of reasons that people, that PoE 1 players are unhappy with PoE 2 right now. I think that those reasons are just incidental complexity that never actually mattered. Like, I don't think that anyone is like crying out for PoE 2 to use PoE 1's like gem socketing system. Like, that is not the criticism that PoE 1 players have. And yet it was like a huge thing that caused PoE 1 to be hard for new players. So it's like there are changes that are just straight up wins for one group that don't affect the other group, and that's the kind of changes we're trying to make to kind of make it so that you're just like things are less complicated, like are nicer to play, like those kinds of things. And so like my hope, like I really don't think that the sacrifices, I don't think there's many sacrifices a PoE 1 player should be having to make to play PoE 2, and I really don't think that that should even be how the PoE 1 player should look at it.
Give me a second. Bit of a digression. Let me see, where is that last Epoch patch notes? There. Let me confirm something real quick and then we can get back to the video. Bruh. Yep. That's the one. All right, let's get back to this.
Like, you know, like I believe that there really is an intersection there where we can make both groups of those players like happy about the game.
Yeah, it's not easy as well. I mean, that's
No, it isn't
So-
easy.
companies fight for that.
I have kind of a follow-up that I know you guys have talked about this extensively in different formats. I know you've been on all sorts of podcasts, but just to kind of get it all in one place, kind of building on the questions HTP just asked between like the strongest, most educated players and new players, and that kind of blend overlap. I'm curious on your perspective on the overlap of your end game players, and how you guys are approaching that with PoE 1.
Right.
So, like, one thing I've noticed is if you kind of had two sides, you have like the more faster one skill gameplay of PoE 1 on one side, and then you have the kind of more
I'm seeing so much. This is Dark Effigy? Holy shit, Dark Effigy is still Gavid. Okay.
slower, more difficult, more methodical PoE 2 on the other. So, and again, feel free to kind of dance around this question as much as you'd like. One thing I've noticed a lot in the PoE community is that there's a lot of people that fell in love with PoE for that first style. They see PoE 2 kind of moving a different direction.
Isn't that the Giga Prod setup? I haven't actually looked into the setup, but yes, it's the new video is like one Dark Effigy totem, like 1,000 projectile, something like that.
And then they see PoE 1 like not getting quite as much love as PoE 2 as they see it go into the distance in a direction they're not digging. How are you guys tackling this? Where you have players who are like, speed the game up, we want this more. But that kind of goes counter to what you want to do with this. And you kind of have that other option available. Like, do you try to bring the PoE 1 players into PoE 2? Or do you purposefully differentiate them for different experiences?
Well, first of all, I guess the main thing is that it's incredibly unfortunate that the slowdown in PoE 1 development happened, because it wasn't our intention to do that. And so, my my belief is that shouldn't be a problem after the next expansion happens. Like that, we're trying. I mean, look, we might fail, but you know, the goal is not to fail, of course. You know, our intention.
That's a great goal.
The intention is still to update PoE 1, and it's like there were certainly sacrifices that that happened that affected, you know, the PoE 1 audience as far as that development is concerned, and that's definitely bad. And like, it's bad that happened. Like, it wasn't our intention to do that, and we did. You know, so like if you're a person who likes PoE 1 and you're not interested in PoE 2, we still want to have PoE 1 there and getting support like it always had. You know, like for that, like that is the thing we want to do. But that said, I still don't want to give up on the idea that a PoE 1 player can enjoy PoE 2 as well. Like, I really do believe that can be the case. Like,
What he said is we have 6 months no PoE 1. No, he's I think PoE 1 currently is scheduled for we should have more information about it by end of, what was it, May? And I think right now the plan is June. So like the plan is not to fail and to go back to the regular PoE 1 cadence. He just said it's a possibility, but I mean it's not in the plans right now, obviously, for obvious reasons.
I like both games, like I do. Like I like PoE 2 better, but I still like PoE 1, and I think that should be something. I think that can be something that can be true for a lot of.
After the patch, he said so. When is 0.3? I don't know when 0.3 is, but my guess would be like a month, 2 months after 3.26. So if 3.26 is in June, I would expect 0.3 to be like July, August, most likely August.
Players.
So I'm sorry.
That would be my expectation at least.
No, you go.
Oh, I was going to say, so is there, do you guys have any type of specific specialization you'd like to do between the two products? Like make it so like, if you don't like this, you might like this. Like from a design philosophy standpoint, are they going to go in different directions to cater to different audiences? Or are we always going to see them kind of move in pair?
Sounds more like hope. I mean, I hope so, because like, we have nothing to go off of except what he said, right? There's nothing else we can realistically go off of, and I could be the pessimist and say all sorts of things, but like, what good does that help? Regardless of how negative or positive I am, the reality will unfold anyway. So, I'm just like, yeah, we just wait and see. That's where I'm at.
Parallel as you explore different
I
things
guess
between the both.
it just isn't really the way that I think about it, I suppose, because like I tend
For me,
to think that
the important thing is I get to play 3.26 soon. That's it. June is fine. Get 3.26 out. Let it be as a high pass patch, and let's go. Like that's where I'm at.
like I look at individual things on an individual level, right? Like, and I think this is the thing that has frustrated a lot of people in the community when I talk about this stuff, is that like, because I tend to be like, okay, it's not that I've got some design philosophy where like this is the amount of speed that the game has to have and this many, kilometers an hour or anything like that, right? It's entirely like
They get hung up on that. I mean, I do it as
yeah,
well.
like
right?
is this fun or isn't it fun? And like, do you feel the power up is progressing or do I not feel like that, and so on? And it's like, I guess the only thing I can point to that's like completely certain to me is that it shouldn't be that when you watch a stream of a player as someone who's never played the game before, that it looks like something that is completely incomprehensible ridiculousness. Like you have that thing where it's like I don't want it to be like, if a person looks at someone playing the game even at a high level, it should look like, oh wow, that character is ridiculous, but it shouldn't be like, I can't even visually understand what is entering my eyeballs here. Like that's the
PoE 1 experience.
That was my first time ever watching.
Anytime JP played a clip on this show of him playing PoE, I'm like,
PoE 1.
it's like trying to fucking figure out what the Tasmanian devil is doing.
Dude, I'll never forget the first time. First time I saw it. 2 times. First time I saw an endgame mapper in PoE 1 that actually knew what they were doing, and the first time I saw a flicker strike build. Were 2 of the most memorable PE things I've ever seen. But no, that makes perfect sense.
To be honest, you still kind of understand what's going on with the flicker strike build. Like at least you kind of have an understand.
Sometimes depends on how many mobs are on the screen.
I mean, that speed exists here. Let me pull up Fubgun's stream. Like the PoE 2 or PoE 1 speed.
But immediately, right? You understand what is happening on the screen right now. Here,
Yes,
right?
you see the lightning bolts going out. You see the mob. Yeah. It's not quite like just a Picasso of fast images.
Exactly, right? So it's like, and this is the reason why I'm always hesitant. People are like, are you wanting to slow the game down? And then it's like, Well, I mean, I want to be honest. This is not even as fast as it can go, right? Like, so, as I said,
Sounds
so
like
long
what
as it's
people are saying is
understandable.
they want the game.
Tell that to my face while I play any minion build. That this is not as fast as it can go. I'm not even going this fast. I'm not even going half this fast.
Sped up.
I cannot. No matter how I invested into a minion build, I cannot go half this fast.
Beginning.
Just saying.
Sure,
Yes.
some people do say that, right? And that is I think a bit of a difference. That might be. Well, so this is an interesting concern, right? Because the other thing as well is
He's even looking at remnant modifiers.
means something entirely different to some players than others. Like like some people will tell me, oh yeah, like the monsters have too much life in the early game, and then I find out they're talking about like Act 5, like
Right.
effectively crawl Act 2, and it's kind of like from their perspective, that's the beginning of the game, right? So it's like I think that we did have a problem with with issues like in the sort of mid campaign. The other thing as well that we have an issue with is right now we still have crawl difficulty, right? And so the game does drag in crawl difficulty if it's like a little bit when you've played this before. Like we had this back in PoE 1 in the early days, but the game does start to drag in the second time you're playing through the campaign. So
Right.
just not having that problem will be a massive boost as well. Once we've got all the acts and everything like that. So
I've got to.
I'll tell
go
you
ahead,
this,
Zeke.
like as a first time player, first time going through, I played all of my 55 hours with the same character and stuff like that.
Mhm.
I was totally like I don't think the beginning acts need to be sped up at all. However, if I wanted to go through it again, which is kind of the game's designed to do that, go through it again with different characters or different builds in mind, whatever, then it would feel slow because I've done this. And like that's like for a brand new player like me, the speed was fine at the beginning.
Right.
But like I could totally see myself going through the same act again with a different character and going, wow, this feels like I'm trudging through a swamp.
Yeah. He's actually making a valid point
I
here.
think, yeah, that's like a PoE 1 issue as well. That's been. I mean, have you guys thought about
That's-
changing that at all from PoE
yeah.
1? Like,
That-
is
The
like
PoE
what's the
1,
thinking with
I
that?
mean, PoE 1's campaign is, I understand it.
Well,
exactly?
the biggest
instance,
comment that we
go
all
ahead.
get is like, do I still have to do the campaign? Like just
Right,
to completely cut,
So-
like, do I still got to do the campaign? Like, is there going to ever be
right.
shortcuts, skips, alternate routes?
Like one big thing is respecting time. Like that's
Right.
that. Like a lot of people feel that in PoE 2, it doesn't respect necessarily the time, especially compared to PoE 1, because of how much slower it is. So are we going to have like a cumulative effect of not only having this much larger, much girthier, slower campaign, but then also having to repeat that multiple times?
Well, okay, so I guess the part that I sort of would say about that is that at the end of the day, and this is kind of the way that I tend to think about things, is like if you're saying that you're not enjoying the campaign, then that just means the campaign needs to be better, right? Like it's just like
No.
Even if it's like
Like,
the
I
15th
like,
or
I understand
20th
like
time they played it.
It's like,
Well, I
there are only so
understand,
many
but on
times
an
you can play
intellectual level, it's easy.
there's only so many times you can play the campaign that it can be fun, I guess, is what it's like. I've played this campaign 20 times. I kind of don't, there's nothing that surprises me anymore. There's nothing that I just want to get to the end game. Like this is not an outlandish idea. Like you can make the campaign as fun as anything, but so long as it is not the main game, like you're not designing the game to be played in campaign, I am gonna finish. I'm gonna run out of like enjoyment for this campaign. Unless like every season you're giving me a brand new six acts and stuff like that, which is just not the case. Like you will get tired. I don't. This I hard disagree with.
I'm not going to enjoy playing through this again. And that might even be true with the campaign in its current state, but I am a believer in the idea that you can make something like this compelling enough.
Now,
that it is fun.
with PoE 1's campaign, that campaign, I don't mind. It's not that I love it. No, I don't mind it. It's I love playing 0 to hero characters. I love seeing my character progress through, through being shite in Act 1 to finally getting to use his skill gem in like Act 3 to finally getting a 3-link, 4-link, all of that jazz. I like that progression. So in PoE 1, I'm okay with the campaign, and it doesn't take too long. In PoE 2, it takes a long time. Like we use 2-3 streams to get my current character to endgame. I don't want to do that often. Like if I do that for a build and the build ends up being a miss and I have to do it again within the same week, that's me saying out of this 7 days of this week, I'm spending like 4-5 streams going through campaign. That's not fun. That's not good. So like it can be it can be as fun as you want, as so long as I have run through it a few times or X amount of times. I'm not going to find it that crazy. That's kind of where I'm at.
To play again, and part of the reason why it is because when we have leagues, there's a different thing going on with the campaign to kind of mean that like it changes your perspective on like what things are. In an ideal league will actually affect the content that you're playing as well. Like it'll make it feel like a different play experience. And then there's also the fact that you're playing a different character class. It has a different feel. Like there are bosses where like they feel completely different. Like there are a lot of the time there'll be situations where like, okay, you'll play a boss with one type of character, then you'll play it with another one. It just feels like a completely different thing. Like this boss, I just trivialized it. It was easy the first time I went through. This time I'm having it's like just due to the way that my character is, it feels very different. So I guess what I'm saying is that like it's certainly not helped by the fact that we've got 2 copies of the campaign in the game right now, because it means that you played through it twice, like the first time you played through it. Like I believe that it is possible to get the campaign to the point where you will be fine playing through it, and it's like ideally the experience you're having is just fun. And I mean like the PoE 1 campaign, I mean, like it does get stale over time eventually, but like it's still something that people play through again and again and again. And like the reason why is it's there to host the other content that we also add every time, right? Like it's there to be the place where you do all these things. And I don't know that if you just started level 1 in endgame, like I'm not really sure that would be like that.
Would it be fun?
Really?
Like
I mean,
Diablo is the best example of just starting level 1 in endgame is also not the play. Like I prefer PoE 1's campaign experience and leveling 2 endgame. It leaps and bounds ahead of like Diablo 4's experience, because I mean, now granted, Diablo 4 has a content deficit issue. It doesn't really have content. So what you're doing at level 1 is what you'll be doing at level 60. The only difference is at level 60 you'll be doing it more efficiently, right? It's the exact same thing. You're doing the same hell tides, you're doing the same maybe not the pits, but like nightmare dungeons. Just you're doing more or less the same content. You're engaging with mechanics the same way you would then, just you're juicing it more then, I guess, is the only difference. So I think that is the best example of why I personally believe the campaign experience is important. I just think PoE 2 right now is not in the best space.
Like at the end of why are you playing a game again at all, right? There's like 3 reasons you could be doing it. One reason is to experience the new content that we've added, and because of the way we add content in leagues, like you can experience that in the early game or the end game, so that doesn't kind of change anything about that. And another reason can be that you're playing a different character class, in which case you still need the experience of like leveling it up and going through and like, sort of learning the abilities and growing with you. So like, I don't know that like starting in the end game would materially change that really. Like, it's just a question of like, are you having fun doing the thing you're doing?
Okay, so just to push back a little bit, because you have a very unique project here, and I want to understand this better. So you said you want the campaign to be engaging, but at the same time, like it's designed to be played. Like it can be engaging, but anything you do 20 plus times, like when you're doing the same thing, hearing the same voice lines, doing the exact same pattern, like even if you're engaged, it still seems like it would just get super repetitive. And the other thing that I think, which is interesting here, is PoE is not one game. PoE is 2 distinct different games. It is the campaign and it is the end game. And a lot of people don't want to play this first one a bunch of times, but they really want to play the second one a bunch of times.
Agreed.
They have to slog through the first one a bunch of times to get to the part they like, which immediately changes what this one is.
here's where I think that I disagree about that, is that I don't see those as two separate things in the same way that I think that that you necessarily are saying there. Because ultimately, like you said, anything that you play through 20 times can get boring, and I don't disagree with that. But then at the same time, in the end game, you're playing through the same map 20 times.
But you're coming back to the season for like the new mechanics, the new changes. So you come back for the new stuff, but you only get to that stuff.
Is also available in the campaign as well. So if you're going to make the argument that playing through the, like what I'm saying is like the only difference between the campaign and the end game is the order in which you play through areas is fixed in the campaign.
Another big difference, and the biggest difference, and the reason we all play ARPGs, loot. That is a big difference. Still saying Excel, after going through your 1000th map, hoping to drop that item. That is why you keep going through the maps. That item is not dropping in campaign now, is it? No. You're not dropping Divine's worth of essences in PoE 1's campaign. No. You're doing that in the end game when you have actual modifiers affecting your maps to make it so you're getting these rewards. That is what a different way to look at this would be to say we aren't really playing the end game, i.e. playing the game like we are, but we're playing our farming strategy. That is the real game we're playing here. Whatever farming strategy we've decided to play, that is the actual game we're playing. The map is just a vessel to play this farming strategy. Like you go essences, your T6, T7 map in PoE 1 is just a vessel so you can kill essences and get loot. You're playing harvest, your T17, T16 is just the vessel you're going through to kill the harvest monsters to get the most reward from that harvest content. So glossing over the fact that loot is a lot less in campaign, or that loot is a very big motivator for actually playing the game. Like I think that's one thing I'm noticing here that is like being highly glossed over. That in campaign you're just not going. The reality of the situation is you're not dropping loot. And if they made it so that you could actually drop competitive loot, then I don't know why we're playing the game. Like honestly, like what's the point in scaling? Just go play through the campaign multiple times. You make all your money. Actually, that's not the situation because you would want to actually engage with content, but that honestly might make the 11 experience more in line with Jonathan's with the vision, where like they think the timing doesn't matter so long as you play the game. That would have to mean you have some level of, and I don't think that's part of the ARPG experience. Like honestly, dropping Giga Essences Act 1 so that you can then craft your gear, that's not part of the ARPG experience. You're supposed to be trash. You're not supposed to have access to top tier modifiers, shit like that. So that is a big thing they're glossing over, in my opinion, at least.
And isn't in the end game. Like that's really the like and okay, but the other difference being that you've got more of a mix of mechanics where you've got like like different, like there's more overlapping mechanics that are happening
loot
at the same time. But I don't know that even in a context where you were like
and
you
loot
imagine playing the end game from level 1, I don't think you could just introduce every single thing like right at the very beginning of that either, right? Like you have to have on some level.
You would, I mean, like we were talking about earlier, you'd have to have that character growth, right?
Yeah.
But
Sure,
I mean, it seems like there would be some kind of middle ground for, like, you do the campaign once per patch or league, and then your second campaign is like shorter, or maybe you have all the exits already marked on your map before you get
within
there.
a league, effectively.
Yeah, so within a league. So like every time you do a new character, like the campaign vicariously gets like shorter and shorter and shorter, not necessarily in due to content, but the player's ability to get through it. But like one thing, for instance, is like, players have contests and how fast they can get through the campaign to get to where they get. It's like that World of Warcraft episode in South Park where they spend 40 weeks leveling up to get to the real game, which is the end game. Right. So it just seems like for players that are in that perspective, it seems like there should be an option. I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, one of the things as far as like multiple playthroughs of within a single league is that I think that players are maybe not happy enough with the level of like of like power leveling items that they're getting, because like the theory is that you play through the campaign, once you go to end game you've got a bunch, like you get a bunch of items, and now your second playthrough is way easier because you've got a bunch of items that you got from before. And so I mean that should more than double the speed that you're going through the campaign, like very easily.
If
so
you're
like,
good enough of a player to know to save that stuff. But yes,
Right,
yes,
so.
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
But even just having currency in your stash, like, and just buying things on trade,
That's true.
As you level up is also going to get you a crazily different experience than what you'd have the first time through. Just because you've got all that currency that you got, and, like, you're definitely saving the currency at the very least. So it's like that should theoretically make that work. And so if that's like, to the extent that that's not the case, like, we might need to improve things there. Like, I know a lot of people are saying that, like, some of the level, like, there's like various reasons why, like, leveling uniques aren't good enough and that kind of stuff, or like, a lot of unique options and that kind of thing. Like that's the kind of stuff that can help a lot there, I think. So and that also can be another type of experience that's also fun to have, like, because that is your experience of just completely obliterating everything as you go through, like,
and that's always fun.
So that is also an experience we want players to have too. Like, that's the kind of thing that ideally is the solution to that.
Cool.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you for answering these questions so just transparently and candidly. I really appreciate
No
it.
problem.
Yeah. I both this and not necessarily a question I have, but last week's interview that you did with Zizarin. If you guys haven't watched that in the audience, definitely go check it out.
Yep.
It was a bit heated at times, and I think
It was,
you made
and I feel bad about
comment
that,
to
because
but I still think it was a fantastic conversation, and the changes that came from that, whether they were directly responsible, whether the podcast was directly responsible for that, for the patch. I'm glad that whole conversation happened. That was great.
Yeah, it was certainly responsible for some of them, because at the end of the day, like, we do need people to bring specific things to our attention. So basically, like, that was just useful because, and it's also always easier when you're talking one-on-one with someone, because then you can ask questions about, like, like, okay, well, what's actually happening specifically here and that kind of stuff. Like, that's always important. It's similar to that example earlier that I had where, like, with the specific monsters, they had specific problems where it's like, okay, people are like, monsters are too fast, and it's like, okay, but what monsters is the question, right? We have to find out what.
I mean, I'll still point to like 3.
20 across the board.
That's the thing, right? That's what a player will say. That's what a player will say, and it's like,
It's not an answer.
That's why it's difficult.
Yeah.
Honestly, the issue that I had when I was doing that interview, and like part of the thing that, obviously I was like low on sleep, and there was like a few other various compelling.
It was a
things as well,
week.
but-
Like, it was an interesting week.
It was a week. Yeah.
But one of the things that was happening that I really need to take care of when I'm discussing this stuff is, like, you don't, like, if someone says, like, you should make all the monsters slower. Oh no, I think the specific thing there, like, as an example, was like, okay, like, I don't remember the exact wording of the question, but it was something like, there shouldn't be any monsters faster than the player, effectively. Like, that was the thing. And, like, what I did was I launched into defending that, rather than just talking about the fact that, okay, we are actually looking into a bunch of monster speed issues, and we are actually, like, going through all this stuff, and it's like, that's the answer that would have actually been much more like what the players wanted to hear, if you know what I mean.
Right.
Rather than, like, let's have a philosophical discussion about why it's important that some monsters can be faster than the player sometimes. So, like, that's the kind of thing that
Different
is,
answers
like,
for different audiences.
Exactly. Sure. It's like a very different situation.
I mean, you mentioned, I think that goes both ways, right? Because you mentioned, like, players screaming X needs to be fixed, but not the specifics of what X is. I think, as someone who's talked to a lot of developers over a myriad of different games, it's one thing that we have to get better at, is just like actually honing in on what the problem is, or what we think the problem is, to be able to identify that.
I don't know. I mean, your job is not to be a game developer, right? That's our
Right.
job.
That's
So,
very true. But we could,
you know,
we could
like,
try
it's
to
like-
be better at it, because I suck
It's
at it.
our job to yell at you for your poor decisions.
I suck
That's
at it.
what our job is.
But the thing is, what I will say is that, like, but on the other hand, if you're in our
Lol.
QA department, now it is your job to actually get
Right.
specific about individual things, right?
Yeah.
So, like, that's one of those things that
I think it goes both
that is
ways,
also
though.
one of those things that when people enter QA, they have to learn about, like, that kind of stuff. It's like, it's not enough to just say, like, monsters are too fast. You actually have to say, well, like, what monster were you fighting? Like, what was the exact situation? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Basically,
yeah.
everyone just needs to stream, and then when anyone dies, you need to take the last 10 seconds, and we can just submit that. Just have a little submit button next to Instead of a death recap, we'll submit a video. There you go. You guys have all the information.
Lol.
Closing in on 15 minutes left. I kind of have some sort of rapid fire stuff. I joked about death recap there. Is there ever going to be any sort of death recap system in PoE 2?
I mean, I'm not against the idea fundamentally, but every time we've ever talked about this, you start to get into a bajillion corner cases that
I mean,
make it
it's a loaded
like, kind
question.
of hard.
I get it.
Yeah, and so it's not really a question of want. It's a question of like, you know, there's always been something more important, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay. I guess these are the tough questions, and so I apologize beforehand. Community loves to speculate, and I guess so do I. With that said, can you talk about Chris Wilson and kind of where he's been? There's not really been any official statement anywhere from GGG about that. I think we've had a couple things like third party, a fourth party, but is there anything official you could say where Chris has been?
I mean, he hasn't been working like day to day at our company for quite a long time.
Yeah.
And then recently he also retired from the board, but
Okay.
there's nothing really much else to say about it.
Gotcha.
Really.
Yeah,
Like,
I didn't think there was any drama, but it just people.
I mean,
like
I still talk to him every day, just online, like
Yeah. Co kind of mentioned it earlier. Account sharing's been in the spotlight recently. You guys have had like a pretty strict rule regarding that, as well as RMT in the past. Is there ever going to be any action on that front? Is that a special case?
Are you waiting for 1.0?
Do you have
It's
anything to
just-
say?
it's just nothing. I don't think I've got anything to say about this particular issue.
I figured as
Mhm.
much. I figured I would ask, but yeah. That's good luck with that.
Will you personally be banning No, just kidding.
In an age where people like to pit companies against each other, do you consider yourself competitors to Blizzard, Diablo 4, Last Epoch? Like, how do you view these other companies? Are you trying to beat them in player count, or are you just existing and hoping that the game speaks for itself? How do you look at that?
What is the more PR statement here?
Yeah, I guess I don't really. It doesn't really bother me particularly that other companies, what they're releasing and that sort of stuff. Like the only thing that ever matters is if if something happens. A thing that is relevant is if something happens in the genre that like moves it forward in a way that we have to respond to, then that's something that we have to like deal with, right? Like that's a thing, for sure. But other than that, like it's fine. Like I mean, the nice thing about the genre is that it's not like World of Warcraft where like you've got subscribers and you're competing for that. Like that's an actual like real competition scenario where people aren't going to be really subscribed to more than one MMO. But in the seasonal model that we have with in action RPGs, it's kind of fine. Like you play the game for however long you play it for, you play another one, and then that's fine. Obviously there was like the tension that happened with Last Epoch recently,
Right.
Which was very unfortunate, and I honestly wish it didn't have to be that way.
Yeah, if you could just coordinate with them in the future and space it out, that'd be great.
Are there back channels? Like, are there back channels between companies?
So
with releases?
they messaged us about okay, so they asked me like we're thinking of coming around this time. When are you thinking of coming out? And I'm kind of like, that actually might conflict with something. And that was kind of the last of it. There really wasn't anything else that was said there.
The alarm went off.
So like, but the thing is, I think that what happened is that like, so we had a date, and look, I don't know how they're thinking internally, but I think that their plan was to come out a little bit after that date. We didn't give them what the exact date was, but we kind of had said, like in the community, like sort of like people had sort of vaguely known when we were planning on coming out, and then we then got delayed, right? Like we couldn't make our date, and there's like just nothing I can do about it. I can't come out any earlier, obviously, than what the time that we can come out, right? Like it was just it had got unavoidably delayed, and then it was like really unfortunate because I actually probably would have delayed an extra week to get out of their way. But we have Easter. We've got Easter,
right?
And then there's actually another public holiday the weekend after that, which means that there's a 3-day week. So we do have a 3-day week. Everyone takes those 3 days off. Like everyone is put in for time off during those 3 days, right? Like that week is just dead. It's not happening.
Yeah.
And so what would have happened is if we'd delayed another week, then that week would have been right after our launch. Which obviously, if we'd just had the launch we just had and everyone was on holiday,
So that's this week, right?
wouldn't have been.
Just to make sure I heard this
Like the week of today.
If those holidays weren't there, you would have moved PoE 2 for last Epoch.
I would have moved it a week, right? Not in a way that the players would have seen, right?
Hey, that's plenty of time. Yeah, no,
I would have moved
that's
it
cool.
a week. I wouldn't
really
have moved
cool.
it 2 weeks. I wouldn't have moved it 2 weeks because
There's only so much
that-
you can,
that is actually
right? Yeah,
trying to hurt
absolutely.
players.
Yeah.
But a week I would have moved. But yeah, we just couldn't move that week, unfortunately. And so then, and I felt real bad about it as well because I was like, I don't want to do that to them, right? Like, I don't want to do. Like, it's not something I want to do. But at the same time, if we were delaying 2 weeks and then the players like knew that, like that would just be awful, right? Like our players would have crucified us for that, and rightly so, right? That would have been terrible. So effectively, like it just ended up that way. And like I don't know whether or not it was a good idea.
Meanwhile, you have Reddit. You have Reddit with all their conspiracy theories about how GGG were trying to hurt last Epoch, and how after last Epoch moved, GGG would move to, and all these other bogus statements. And I'm just like, okay, buddy, calm down,
right or wrong. And I certainly don't feel great about that happening, right? Not amazing. Like I don't want to ruin their plans in any regard.
Yeah.
To be blunt though, it's very cool you're even thinking of that. I mean, we live in a day of kind of faceless corporations for a lot of games this size, so that's cool to know. Not only that you guys are talking, but even considering doing stuff like that. I think I speak for many of us when I say, just like you were saying earlier, we love Last Epoch and PoE 2. So in a perfect world, we'd love to be able to like, do both when they're all shiny and new. So it's great to know you guys are like talking. That's cool.
Well, I'm really hoping that doesn't happen again, because as I said, it was really unfortunate, and it really sucked that there was just that holiday thing that like blocked it. It's just like it's just very unfortunate timing that happened there.
It'll happen every once in a while.
I like that.
Happen. One of the things in terms of like the issues of now or the issues of today, a lot of people have been asking about the EU server issues. I don't know if there's a specific
so that's just
thing you could say?
DDoSs, unfortunately, that are very hard to deal with.
Yeah.
Like there's unfortunately not like a complete solution to DDoSing on the internet. If someone's really doing that stuff. So it isn't a question of NOS wanting to like pay more money for more servers or anything like that. It's just entirely like, the nightly DDoS comes along and like takes out like 5 or 6 machines, and then if you're having to play on those machines, then that happens, and then they move on to another 5, and like that kind of thing. It's just like very annoying.
Yeah.
Is this what's been affecting like PoE 1?
Well, we are investigating more options to try and improve that, but that is the source of that.
Okay, gotcha. I think even saying
getting
that
DDoS
is, beneficial for a lot of people.
Right.
So
Agreed.
Yeah. What else is there? I'm kind of looking through there. See if
I guess that explains a lot.
I guess another question I have for you in terms of like analytics, right? PoE is such a game based around numbers and whatnot. For you as a dev and as the game director of PoE 2, do you have like a data point that you're constantly looking at? And if that number goes bad or that number goes positive, it affects not only your mood, but like the direction?
Average player time to death.
Yeah, like what is that number? If there,
the number for me is just concurrent users, just number of people online right now.
Okay.
Because that really, look, if people aren't enjoying the game, they're not going to play it. And this is actually something that, I actually yesterday, like I was talking to Mark, about all of the, all of the stuff, and the thing that he said to me is like he sort of had to remind me of that fact. Like he's like, look, the retention of this PoE 2 launch, like in terms of concurrent users on the like weekend to weekend, is higher than any PoE 1 launch we ever had before.
Right.
So it can't be that bad.
Lol.
I mean, it's yeah. I mean, I totally understand you have to put things in perspective.
That explains why I got kicked every 10 minutes. Yeah, like there are some nights where it just feels... It was a bit awkward to play, either from just having like constant lag. I guess it's just load created, right?
shouting at you
Or
to
maybe if you got kicked, then you were probably on a machine that
fix a myriad of issues.
went down thanks to one of those
There's
attacks.
a data point you can look at. They're still playing.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
So
They might be mad, but they're still there.
Yeah.
I mean,
Lol, that's
we still
hilarious.
obviously there's still tons of things to fix. It's like I don't want to discount that in any
Totally.
regard.
Yeah.
You know, like on some level, like it's okay. Like, because the thing is, when a million people start to say, you know, the game is bad, the game is terrible, it's hard to even remember yourself. You know, that there's actually a game there that is good, even though there may be problems. You know, so seeing that and reminding myself of the fact that there are actually a lot of people playing the game.
I can imagine how that feels as a dev.
It was certainly
Like, I mean, the popularity already speaks to how good the game is at the baseline, but yeah, this launch weekend was probably not fun for them. That's all I can say.
Like, sure.
They missed the mark, 100%, like so much. Like it was.
Knows that we need to fix stuff, but we still have a game that people are enjoying, and that is and that is a good thing.
Sure.
So. Yeah, I mean, we're still doing well, and like, I mean, this launch was still larger than any PoE one, like in terms of absolute numbers as well, right? Like, this launch in terms of people online was larger than any PoE one launch we ever did, and it is approximately what I expected as far as like relative to the other launch. So generally speaking, like what we've always observed is the first launch is you get a number. And then this is in any market we've entered, and any subsequent launch is 50% of what the first launch was. But then the way you know that you're doing well is that you start growing from there. So you have a number, you go half, and then you're going up like hopefully 5%, something like that, you know, each time after that. And that's how you know an action RPG is doing well. So it's really seeing, like, you know, do people come back next time? You know, like how well do we do there? That'll be.
We don't enjoy play. We just. I mean, Yaku, you're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong.
Then call it an interview. For me, it's 8 a.m. there. What time is it on Monday, the start of the work
right
week?
now?
Oh yeah, there's sun now.
You can see the sun rising in the background there, which is blowing out all the camera.
What's the first thing that's going to be on your desk when you get into the office? What are you doing?
So we are going to look into item drops because a lot of people are saying that the wisps are not rewarding enough, and they should mathematically be. Like, those things give like 300% better, like more. Well, okay, it's not more items; it's more like more the number that we use for like rarity that increases the drops, how good they are, right?
Right.
And it also gives 2 extra drop slots. So effectively, like, there's no reason why they should feel unrewarding, but they do. So therefore, I need to understand what's going on with that. And I spent like quite a lot of time yesterday looking through like the simulations and like seeing what's going on. And like, I've definitely identified.
Must admit, I enjoyed the brutes. The what? Are you playing skeletal brutes as well?
There's something going wrong in the item drop system that I'm not quite happy with. And hopefully, if we fix that, it'll make this the wisps feel better.
Cool.
So yeah, that's kind of the thing that I'm going to be probably spending a few hours on this morning to see if we can come up with some kind of improvement there.
Cool. Fantastic.
I like the first thing I read in chat. 300% of 0 is still 0. Because of course, that's how he gets.
I will also say chat erupted mostly in jubilation when he said that you're going to be taking a look at loot. So
yeah, I
if
took,
it matters,
I took
there you
the
go.
temperature of all 3 chats. W take.
Yeah, W take.
I'll let
Great.
you know.
Oh, but is it, what's the quotient on based?
Oh.
Based is good and trending.
Base values are trending. Great. Excellent.
Fantastic.
Great.
Zeke or Co, any final questions?
I got one.
I had one from my audience. That
Go
might
ahead.
be an easy one.
Yeah.
I'll go last.
Zeke,
I don't know if John, this is from my audience. Tell me if it matters, because I don't know. Ask him about difficulty scaling with multiple people, and if it's been adjusted. At launch, me and 2 others had to stop because it was so difficult.
That's just the game, baby. I'm sorry.
There wasn't any change. There wasn't any change from early
Yeah, but just got to Cruel Act 3. Oh, nice.
access launch.
So I guess, are you also going Titan?
launch. Yeah, it shouldn't be. But I mean, like, it can be that various nerfs like got hit. But I wonder, like, as well, whether that feedback was before or after
One of
the
us.
change to monster life. we did.
Already influencing
There was a few days
Yaku.
up, because
Love to see
they
it.
did a pretty substantial change to monster life in the sort of mid game.
The brutes actually feel so good.
It's possible that they might have a better time.
Do you
now
have the
if they were
POB?
playing before that point? So it'll just be a question of that.
Okay. Jonathan's like, are they both Huntresses and were they parrying?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Hard for me to say without knowing more specifics about exactly what class and exactly what stuff, right?
So I gotta this is just a quick yes or no, but it's a big question close to my heart, especially one that I think would be great for newer players. Any plans to ever have it so I can open up my passive tree and see like import builds or overlay?
I think they already said this was an idea,
So as a
like
newer
way back
player, I would
when.
have like a really good idea of where to go on this
Right.
gigantic ass tree.
So this is a thing, and I'm trying to remember. Okay, so we made this feature a while ago, and I can't even remember whether or not we enabled it. Is it even? I don't even know if it's live. We actually did make a feature where you could get a build file from. I think it's probably not live then. Probably if
I've never heard of this.
We've never heard of
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Cool.
So the idea was that you could download a build file and then set that as your thing, and then it would highlight all the nodes of that build.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, that'd be amazing. And then you could make like some pre-default ones for new players that are just like super basic but get you.
Well,
through it
here's the
and,
thing. That's the part that I don't want to do, because I don't want to. So the reason why I'm fine with the build thing, where you where you go to a build guide and then you just download the file, is that
you're not telling the player how to play.
Yeah, exactly, right. So effectively, like at that point, they've already decided they want to follow someone's guide. So like, therefore, it's fine, right? But at the point where, but if you're just like into the game and then the game's immediately like, why don't you pick from one of these build guides? Like, I'm kind of like, I'm not a fan of that, you know? Like, I don't.
That
want
makes
to,
sense.
Like, I feel like if you
We
wanna
watched
follow a
last
build guide,
stream
that's
on
great. You
YouTube,
can
kind of
see
going
that.
off of that. All right.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I'll probably end up tweaking. I'll probably end up tweaking the build guide. Oh, not the build guide, the POB, and then I can send it your way.
Agree with that, because
Yeah.
I wanted to mention this before. One of the things that I really enjoyed about PoE 2 is that I got through the entire thing before it, restarts or whatever. I got through the entire thing without looking up any builds or anything. I was able to like get through it. It was fucking tough, but I got through it. And then I looked at a build guide and I'm like, wow, I was way off. Holy shit. And then I did the build and I put all the nodes in the proper spot.
Yeah.
And I was like, God, this is like baby shit. I'm just, but I could get through it. So I like that
Right.
you don't do it. And also, if you put that in the game, you're gonna make someone like me feel like an idiot. Like I'll start putting things in nodes, and then I'll go like, "What do you suggest?" And like, God damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is such a valid point.
There's a lot of different things I could see that would be bad about that. But I agree with Jonathan in the sense, like, if a player seeks it out, they should be able to.
Optional.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
100%. Yep.
Yeah, that makes a lot more
That's
sense.
cool though that you guys are thinking about that, because I would love to have all that in game for builds. Like if we could just open up P and see a little text box in the bottom right that was like, path of building code, paste here. Like that would be amazing.
Now,
Well, in PoE 2, I suppose, now that I'm thinking about it, you would also have potentially the capability of having the same file list recommended support gems, like overriding the.
I must say that fast versus bosses, but with last gaps we worked out so far. Yeah, the thing about that is we don't get access to like defensive nodes until much later. So like even just giving them resistances is kind of rough. I'm still trying to figure out where I want to give them res from, like PDR and Chaos Res. I kind of want this wheel and this wheel, but as of this moment in the tree, we're kind of having a point issue. There aren't enough points to go around, especially if we want to juice ES, which we kind of have to, right? It's not even optional. We have to have ES. So then ES needs all these modifiers because there's no Grim Feast, because we need faster starts and we need faster reach, like recharge rate, stuff like that. So it's kind of just like we're pulling the build so thin right now that it's like, can we even afford to get the defenses we need? There is a universe where we like just anoint left hand of darkness, and that would be amazing. Like that would actually be amazing. But like, have you seen the requirements on this shit? Isolation, suffering. Like, if we just go in game real quick, we know it is out of our budget very quickly. Exalted orbs. It's gonna be multiple divines, that's for sure. Delirium, isolation, right? Yeah. Suffering, right? Yeah. So like it would be so stupidly expensive to anoint this guy that it's like it's just it's a doozy. But yeah, once we get some more defenses and PDR especially, and then Chaos Res, they should feel a lot better for single targets. Or alternative, like you said, last gasp. Ignore all defenses, go last gasp, and just remove all defenses scaling on the tree, you know.
That we have, which would allow a build designer to like set the gems that you should be using as well, like so that would appear when you open the recommended supports from there.
Very useful, yeah.
So that would actually be another case. I just thought about that just as you were talking there. So
you could have like Path of Exile guide masters make like purposefully like this is for new players suggestions, not necessarily like a roadmap, but like here's some suggested stuff for you kind of thing. And that opens up a lot of interesting doors.
Yeah. I would
all right.
Of course, all optional.
Yeah, I'm curious about how as someone who doesn't make like build guides or anything, but for PoE content, PoE 2 content creators, where that is their livelihood, right, is making build guides. That's how they take ad revenue.
I just swap out Impact Shockwave. Yeah, gems
no longer need to seek out a video and watch an ad because it's all in game and there's no monetization, right? So
I mean,
you get pushback for that from the creators.
I don't think
they took our jobs.
So speaking from a me point of view on this topic, it's kind of interesting, right? But I think off rip, the guide serves multiple purposes, and not just like, I mean, obviously we get money from you watching, but I would say even if you had the file to go into the game and get recommendations, unless it's like insanely good to where you don't need us to explain the build, you probably still need explanation, because like it's not going to tell you what gear to use. It's not going to tell you why something is important and stuff like that. There's a lot that goes into a build beyond just skill gems and skill trees. So I don't think it's something that I as a creator will care about much, and I don't think I'll ever care about it all that much. Like, would there be people who just open the video, take the recommendation and slug it in? Yeah, but that's the same right now with PoB anyways. Like, doesn't really change much. I don't think. But again, this is very opinionated. This is a very subjective take. It's my take. It could be objectively wrong, but like this is just where I see it. Just for bosses, yeah. Gem swaps for bosses, I have not been gem swapping. I'm too lazy for that. However, it is the correct call, because Impact Shockwave does zero, like absolutely nothing for bosses. Like it's a dead link single target, right?
150,000 people like it, but those 3 streamers. So we probably shouldn't do it. Yeah.
I just wonder if you get pushback from them.
I don't see pushback coming for it.
Much like Coach just said, 3 people versus the masses.
It would be very
Yeah.
Still a consideration for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Well, cool. We're a little bit over, but Jonathan, thank you, Mr. Rogers. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for
coming to our neighborhood.
For coming to our neighborhood. Yeah. Anything you want to say here before we wrap it up, so you can get on? I guess get on with your day. It's only 8 a.m. there. Jeez.
Yeah. Right. So you can go to work.
I mean, just like, it was really nice chatting to you guys. Like, I had a fun time, and I'll go in, we'll start working on stuff, and hopefully, like people will like the changes we're making. I guess that's the main thing, right?
Yeah. Fantastic. We're gonna do shout outs here for Zeke, Co, and I. But Jonathan, feel free to go on about your day. We really appreciate it. We're gonna shift over to this, and we'll see you next
Thank you
time.
so much, Jonathan.
Yeah, you're welcome.
very much
on
for
the
having
show
me.
whenever.
Thanks, Jonathan.
We'd love
It's
to have
awesome.
you on.
See, that interview was very, very interesting. I like it. I like it a lot. It's kind of, well, there are multiple to this, but I think what I loved about this interview the most is just it shows us a bit behind the curtains of the dev process for them and the things they're considering. Now, of course, there are some things he said I disagreed with, and there are some things he said I really loved. But overall, I don't think there was anything that's, if you go off of Reddit, you would think if you go off of what Reddit thinks and the conspiracy theories I have seen over the past, like, I don't know, week plus since PoE 2 launched, you would think they were plotting the end of the earth or something. But yeah, overall, very good interview. I liked it. I liked it a lot. So onto the build. Right now, honestly, this is, what the fuck? Why are you here? What are you? Oh, you're this guy, aren't you? Okay, that makes sense. Also, I'm missing, I used a green gem. I don't know where it is, but we can put that back in. This is currently what we have. Yako, important notes or important changes since last time. I'm not using Muster because I have access to more spirits, and the other minions we're using to scale this damage include Warrior, giving 7%, Sniper is our armor shredder, so that's 14. We have a shock bot mage, giving us 21, a cleric giving us 28%, and then a 10 spirit specter giving us 35, is it? And then eventually I want to add at least one more minion, but for now I literally just put this before my stream. I haven't actually tested it, but I kind of want to try Resonating Shield for even more armor shredding, while I just it means I would have my shield up, so I think that should also be good. Anyways, I'm in T15 maps. I'm using my main character's chest piece, scepter, and helmet. Everything else has an amulet. Everything else has been bought for this character, and it's probably less than it. That it's about 10x. This is 10x. This was 10x. This was 1x. I bought in campaign. I'm kind of holding out so I can buy a Prism Guardian. That's kind of the plan here. How that will go in terms of resistances, I don't know, but that's kind of what I'm holding out for. And then reses are capped. Chaos is 27 because we're getting chaos res here, and of course from the campaign rewards. But yeah, that's where we're at. We're getting +3, +2, +2, so +7 to level of minion skills. We're getting almost 100, like we're getting 89 spirit from here, give or take, and just stats elsewhere. Start wise, we can get to level 20 gem. We don't have the levels for it, so we've gotten to the intelligence required. We do need to get more strength to get our overwhelming presence higher, and overwhelming presence does feel like it needs more juicing in the content I'm running, because the stuns aren't as immediate as I would like the AoE isn't as immediate as I would like, because monsters now have more health. So the key here would be gain more damage on the minions. So that is why I'm thinking one of the bigger things we can do is going for more minion damage, like giving them even more damage, and it doesn't get more than just getting more base damage from like levels and getting more increased damage, because we actually don't have that much increased damage on the build, which is why I was considering going for this guy, because if I take all the minion damage nodes here, this is 100% increased minion damage, which we are currently at like 200 and something %, because I do believe on this setup we have every single minion damage node that is on that tree except maybe 15% or something. But even at that, we're only at 210, so like total that the PoE probably has like, let's see, 225 exactly. So by being able to get 100% into this, that is a big multiplier, and that should that should help these stuns a lot. So that's probably, we're going to try to fit it. So that is where we're going to be pathing for the next couple levels. We're level 80, so I guess up until like 89 or something, we're going to be getting damage. But that's kind of the plan. This is what my tree currently looks like. I need to get this guy before we start off doing whatever else. I also need to remove these 3 points. So honestly, I need to do this, remove these 3. That saves me an extra point, and then I can get here. I'm honestly trolling by not having that. So let's go have that. Let's do that, and then there. Now we need to just path here, pick this up, and likely the person that's going to bite the dust for it is this guy. We are likely going to just drop this wheel over here. Also, yeah, this is ailment threshold as well, so it's really big now. This is a wheel we should probably get as well. So pick this up. Maybe instead of going for those nodes, we go for this guy. Because I'm looking at ways to get ES, to like still scale ES, because we're currently at 326%. Realistically, if I actually fill out with gear, okay, I do potentially see having like a decent amount of ES, like maybe 3k, 4k, probably more than that, to be honest. When you actually have like proper gear. So I will probably create, I will create a test. I will create a like test gear for everything, nothing too crazy, but like T1 mixed with T2 like useful modifiers essentially. And I'll see how hard it is to fulfill attribute requirements and res, as well as like how much, what's the word I'm looking for here, and also how much, I don't remember, I don't know what the word, honestly. 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6. I guess that'll give us the minion damage, and we can get, we'll see. I don't like how squishy I am without the ES. I'm not looking forward to removing defenses for damage. Can you show me the red gems, please, one more time? The red support gems. Oh, for brutes. We're going impact, shockwave, heavy swing, feeding frenzy, and muster. Those are the support gems. Unless you mean for something else. Skeletal warrior has sacrificial lamb, which is just the most important one there. Then death march, calling strike, blind. Sniper has corrosion, commandment, and bidding. I would say bidding is probably more important than commandment, to be honest. Pain offering has ablation, font of rage, and magnified effect, because font of rage has a base radius that I'm trying to increase, so my warriors just in general get more rage. That should help them with quite a bit of damage. They grant 2 rage, so how much effect would I need to get even more rage? At 2 rage, if I were to get 50% increased buff effect, that would be 3 rage, which is really, really, really good. So maybe I find a way to increase y'all's buff effects. I don't think there are many ways to do it. Most offering nodes here are mostly survival or like... Okay. But yeah, that's pretty much where this character is at. I think that minion damage cluster would be really big for my damage. And honestly, I think increased damage on this scepter would also be really big. And then past that, just having more spirit would be really nice to have. So like ways I plan on getting more spirit include, like I've already given away one of them, but like Prism Guardian is going to be an easy source of like 40 to 50 spirits, which is an extra brute right there. So that's Prism Guardian, right? Then we have, oh, this is a rare. I should do that. Prism Guardian, I plan on potentially going Grand Spectrums, but one thing that I will need to do if I decide to go Grand Spectrums is I would need to get a third support or a third gem jewel socket for the tree so that we can actually go for all the Grand Spectrums we will need. How do you, oh, y'all have a rare. I was like, how on earth do you guys have modifiers? Oh yeah, I completely forgot I had resonating shield.
Come get me.
Shit, it's actually shredding so much armor. Oh, this is going to be so good for like the start of encounters. It also makes them take more physical damage, which just makes it so I might have to give him magnified effect though, or reach, but I don't think I can support it with reach. Maybe I can. No, I should be able to actually, now that I think about it. I should be able to. And once your armor is broken, it's just straightforward from there. I don't know that this map has a boss. I don't think so. It could, I guess. I don't know, but I don't think so. There's 2 rares there. It doesn't say unique, so I'm inclined to believe it doesn't. You're welcome. Focus him, please. Thank you very much. We still have... It feels like rares just keep popping out the woodwork. Because I was so sure that was the last guy. But there's one more.
Come get me.
I'm pretty sure this is the guy. Okay, let's not tank that. You're a blacksmith, strong box. You're not worth my time. I'm also kind of curious what their damage looks like, or what their clear looks like without. I mean, without impact shockwave, it's just a worse, like much worse clear speed. But I am kind of curious what it looks like with an extra DPS gem. So we're going to do something. What are we gonna do? I wanted offering AoE. I decided there was nothing buff effects. And dance macrobar is obviously one way to do it. This is minion aura radius. So by giving equality, does that mean the font of rage is also... Honestly, it's worth testing. So this is kind of where the range is, there to here. So let's test that. Gem cutters, prisms. My guy, we only need 4. What the hell? Thank you. Trying to overcharge me, the fuck? All right, let's see if it affects anything. I think it's still about the same distance. Oh no, no, it's actually much wider. No, it's actually much wider. Okay. Okay, it's wider. So this should make it more reliable. So like this area, so like it's still a small circle, not that crazy. But it looks like it helps. It looked like it helped at least. What else did we... I feel like there was something else I wanted to do. How much are perfect jewels? Oh my god. So there's still like 2 divines basically. Is what I'm hearing there. Oh yeah, reach. I'm not gonna get more dexterity. Blind can take the back seats. Yeah, big. Very big. All right, Ascendancy time. Because I do want to get my Ascendancy done. I would like to have more life than less, so. I don't know if I should go for big bad or if I should just take it chill and go for less bad. I think we go for big bad. What's the worst that can happen? Right. Even though we don't need the armor node coming from the 4th Ascendancy, we might as well just get it. Worst case scenario, we still get our 3rd one and Zarok whoops our butts. We'll see. It also wouldn't... Oh god, I need blink in my backpack if I'm going to do this. Blink is mandatory. Also, I did want to test, just for this especially, what is a good damage support? Fizz. I don't think heft is great. I don't think I want heft. Like hefts, I guess in theory could be really good for getting initial stuns, but I would rather not. Do I have a way to make enemies guaranteed bleed? I could maybe do something with my resonating shield that could make them bleed, and then it's 30% more from there. Something I could do. But they already have the other support gems I would like to see. And I think brutality just makes the most sense at this point in terms of just damage. Well, let me just take a look. What about stun? I know there are a few stun options.
Stun build for these.
What'd you say?
Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
Wait. Hold up. Where are brutes? Okay, never mind.
Oh, I used the mount today. I didn't tell you.
How did it feel?
Did you know the heavy stun bar doesn't go down?
Yeah, it goes down once the animation is done, I think.
No,
It was-
no, sorry, the light stun, like the fill up bar on the left.
It doesn't build up.
It builds up and it doesn't go down unless you dismount and remount.
Oh lol.
My surprise when I'm looking staring at the bar trying to show Toa and Discord, and I'm just like, wait, why is it? It's like, oh my god, it doesn't. Because we got mount skins. I don't know if you've gotten them, but the next Twitch drops.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got mount skins, and yeah.
Lol. I think brutality would be the swap. I don't know that I have. Let me check my Twitch account. I mean, surely I'm streaming, so I should have the drops, right? This is how it was initially. I don't know if it's still the case, but let's see. Drops.
Wait, alright. I'll go live for you this week for you to get your drops.
You are eligible for the deer claim this. Surely not just. I know. Week 2. Oh, there's 2 this week.
Backpack and something and the thing, I think.
I'm 80% of 15 minutes. You only have to watch for what, 15 minutes? Question mark? How long do you have to watch for drops?
I actually have no idea.
I'll check.
I just claimed it.
Yes, after 3 hours of accumulated watch time. I've been live for how long now? Let's see. So I guess maybe 15 minutes is left. But I've been live for 3-ish hours. 3 hours, 3 minutes. So I mean, I should have it, but maybe something's wrong. I don't know. We'll see. We can fit one more idol, so let's go for more for like increase life honor res idol. How about that? Let's do that. Yeah, it has to be an earn relic as well. So we're going to do 20 or 18. It doesn't need honor res, so remove honor res. We're capped on honor res already. So what does it need? Earn relic. What is an appropriate suffix that will help my run? Honestly, meters to dodge roll is probably the play. Meters to dodge roll is probably the play there. Did they remove that as a modifier?
Oh, you're doing a third lab?
Yeah, I'm gonna do third and fourth.
Yo. Yeah, let's talk about the fourth, buddy.
No, I don't have that kind of damage. I don't have that kind of damage. I'm never sure I can do it.
Ready after seeing... Wait, how much health did he have?
How much health did he have?
Yeah, your Storm Mage fight.
I gave him 50% more life. I don't know. It's not like I had the number to see at the end because he has those phases in between. You'd have to like go and see the clips to see just.
Do you think I could do it now that I've done King of the Mist? Like, do you think I could do?
He's not a hard fight if you cap your if you do your due diligence before. He's not a hard fight. I'm genuinely. You're capped on errors. Yeah, just I think you can do it.
I think so too. The time commitment. Like
It is.
Wow.
Quantity of keys dropped by. I don't know what I want here. Maybe I just maximize honors so that I don't know. There's nothing here that's good. Everything that's good that I want is here. And I don't even want max life, to be honest. I want max honor. So where is this shit? I don't want max life. I want max honor. Maybe we go for, to make the run easier, this is double sacred water is honestly the only thing that makes sense. What if there's a strat that revolves around reduced slowing potency of debuffs on you so that you can take those worn sandals and not feel it? And honestly, I think this might be the play. I think this could be the play because of these sand areas, but this is on me, so it wouldn't affect my minions. But like, at least I wouldn't be easy to hit. There's really no suffix that helps with this run, is there? That makes it easier. Nothing. All right, we'll do maybe monsters have a 5th chance to drop. Sacred water.
Yeah, I was really hoping we'd get so many more like hideouts and stuff like that.
You're hoping we get hideouts?
Yeah, like with the patch.
PoE 2?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah. Like when we got the new content.
Hmm.
For a little bit more baseline. It's like those are the things I get excited about. Yeah. We
Yeah.
added a good amount, but
why did I go to the Ardura caravan? Can someone explain to me why I did this? I mean, the caravan doesn't take as long as like the encampment, so I can't complain too much, but it still takes a minute. Even I don't know why I did it. Oh, people are sharing planners for Forge Guard. I do have one. Last Epoch tools. Before I get too distracted, my guy, can you load? I know I was joking around that it takes forever, but like, can you actually load? Jeez, we're still loading. Bro, I'm sorry I was ever rude to like the encampment specifically. I thought it was an encampment problem, but like it looks like all times are problematic. And I also think the servers matter as well. Like I know I'm probably meeting him in his server, so that is probably adding to my load time. Thank you. Sorry for the load wait. Okay, we have our last thing.
Oh, we have a trial of the second most TP now?
Yeah. You didn't know?
Oh. Need to restart this run. Can I just buy a 4th floor run, Loki?
I mean, you definitely can.
Question is it a troll? I guess it depends on the downsides and stuff. I'll just do it.
Refresh. Did someone just try? What up, Miguel? How you doing? Welcome. So, Miguel, with this, it turns out I actually do still have changes to make. So, I realized something as I was progressing with this character, and that is I think I want to fit in more minion damage, and I haven't quite figured out exactly how I'm going to do that. But odds are, I'm thinking about dropping some defensive quality of life for the damage nodes, because right now, even in T15 maps and T16, like it's chill. It's chill. It's a chill playstyle. But the thing is that, oh fuck, I forgot to get blink, and it's fine.
How much honor did you have on your run? Am I trolling by going in with 2k honor?
Yes.
I am?
Yes. For floor 4, 100%. I have 6k and I'm more or less I guess I'm a life ES character. But I have almost
do that,
increase max honor relics and honor res. Make sure your relics have increased max honor or increased life or like stats like that. How about crits? Crits would be really nice, but for clearing, there isn't any way to make sure they guarantee. I guess there is a way to make sure they guarantee crit, but it's not. The chance of being able to successfully use ambush is quite low, because we have storm mages. We have storm mages who will chunk them from full life, even if it's not much damage. It's something.
The things that push me away from engaging with this. Like,
So this to this. How so? You're capped. All you need is to replace like one relic, most likely.
Oh no, because I don't have all the slots unlocked.
Oh, I don't think I have all the slots either. But you just unlock it by running the trials. Oh, you're rare.
Weakling! Come get me!
So yeah, crits would be really nice to have, but while clearing, because they have a base crit of like 5%, the chance of like being able to properly scale crit to the point where the first hit is more likely than not to crit, i.e. over 50% crit chance, is rough. It is not. I really need blink. I don't want to do this without blink. It is not free. If we had access to critical weakness, then it would be possible. But right now, we do not have access to critical weakness, sadly. I hate how they just basically removed access to critical weakness as a whole. Like with critical weakness, minions could actually realistically scale crits. Now we're back to a situation where, I mean, we can still technically scale crit, but it's mostly just spell based minions. Restore honor. We don't need to do that. I think I want to go this guy, then this guy. Yeah, this then this. This will cost me a lot of honor in the long run. I don't want that. I don't have that much armor. So this will give me 2 options. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Not to mention the fountain is just nice to have, right?
Guess I'll just do a bunch of rounds.
Come get me.
I feel like you get the points for like the different levels. So I just do them naturally, and I don't think the first time I did a tier 4 I had all of them. So you don't need all of them. Like I had to buy a fresh idol because I unlocked after my last run. This, I'll go into this guy. I don't have any boons, but I have a bane. So we'll see how that goes with the pledge thing. You know, one thing I realized going through this, like going through flow 1, I feel like some of the monsters don't hit hard enough to actually damage your honor through honor res and your res. Because like I definitely took a hit there, and I'm not entirely sure if you can block and save honor or not.
I don't see why not if you can evade.
In PoE 1 you can't.
Yeah, but yeah.
How about no? You can block, but does it prevent honor loss? I guess it should, right? It's like PoE 2, I think it actually does prevent it, which is why I was surprised when I found out PoE 1 doesn't. Yeah, I think that is the reality. Oh god. Ooh, 360. Oh god, I don't have enough. I'd go sanguine life. Monsters have less life, which means stuns are gonna be giga, which is nice. I don't care for this guy. I'll just go for a silver key into that. So in the entirety of flow 1, I didn't run into a single gauntlet room. Talk about a blessed run. I just got hit by something. Focus on him, please.
Come get me. You were no warrior.
I took a bit of honor damage here. Maybe one of the ceiling things. Oh, a Widow Hill.
That was close.
Brother in Christ, come suck.
What'd you say?
Nothing positive.
I will overcome this.
I'm aware. But I still ask anyways.
You heard of the burst?
Yeah.
Dude, what? That's what it is.
Dude has so much fucking armor though. He has 15k armor.
This is proof of my
Reality, I should remember to switch this out. Like I should genuinely remember to switch out the support gem for single targets. Monsters deal, I'd rather have deal more damage. Oh, this would have been so nice if I could get less damage or see additional room, but it's fine. I guess I should have gone see additional room because it could have bricked my run. After finding out you can dodge roll traps, I don't mind it anymore. Same. Oh shit. I'm supposed to switch. I'm going to switch to away from WASD here. Advice. Do not do trial of Sekima with WASD. It's much easier with click to move. Much easier. Plus I should get blink. Remind me to get blink when I log back in. But while this switches and I log back in, I shall be right back. Okay, BRB. All right, I'm back. The grave binds is selling? Sheesh. I didn't think they would, to be honest. But hey. Oh, quantity of gold, that's the one that's selling? Couldn't get a look at the person's setup. All right. 10 exalts, I'll take it. Are y'all back to normal? Y'all are still not worth much? Okay, we'll keep hoarding them for the off chance that they do get back to normal. Meh. Meh. Ooh. Kinda meh. All right, I said I wanted blink. Oh, my W is move, eh? I wanted blink, so gems, spirit gem. Do I have blink in here first and foremost? No, I do not. All right, spirit gem. Let's do 16. Sorceress. Take off convalescence because we have no plans on that, and then I think we take off clerics for it. Oh, it's 60. God damn. Okay. Okay, what do we do here? Surely we don't take off his sniper. I guess we just have to take the L on a brute. We kind of just have to, right? All right. What else? Was there anything else I was supposed to remember? I don't think so.
I'm ready.
I think I'm going to make this. Yeah. Honestly, if I had to, I would go for rewards are unknown. This is ironically a gauntlet, so I can't do with that. So click to move makes all these situations like just very, very bearable. That would be a pain to deal with it with WASD. Sarkin, if you're not using click to move, you should switch to click to move for trials. I don't know if you're still here or if you rage quit or something.
Thanks, man, for the favor. Instead of your rage quits. I don't know if I can switch to quick to be honest. Like, I would actually affect my muscle memory.
I mean, it would.
And I don't know if I want to do it just for the trial. I mean, I'm already in the last floor, I'm the 3rd floor. I assume I'll die at 2k HP, so I'll just keep going until I die.
Where on earth is the final thing here?
I feel like I don't understand why we argue that this system is actually good. Like, there's so
Which
many
system?
must-haves for that boss fight that I think is so bad.
Mark agreed that the boss was just shitty. Not that it was shitty, but like,
I think it was
ouch.
about ultimatum when he said that.
I don't think he was. He was talking about Sekima. He was talking about Zarok to be specific. Like it was the Zarok fight we were talking about. Because I remember thinking this has no place. Like I could probably find the spot in the Ghazi thing See if I can quickly find it, then I mean it is what it is, right? It was towards the start. Why is this taking forever?
Okay, let's go.
I do have a lot of questions, so I think we'll just.
Or not, wrong one. This one, I think.
Hello.
There we go. Well, without further ado, welcome.
Let's see if I can cheese it. Where's caption? Transcript. Trial. This was when talking about the life change.
I hearing, yo, you need to get honor res. I'm like, all right, you know what? It is what it is. I get res
and Sanctum.
for the rest of the game. I guess I could get res for this. And then it's like, oh, you need to max honor too. I'm like, all right, bro. Like, at what point is there actual choice?
And the
I mean, there's choice. It's just right now at the start there is no choice. You need these things to make it easier. You can't do them without it. It's just
different.
You want it to be as easy as possible. You don't have to sweat every tiny
I would
hit.
say is not high enough. Like it gets a little bit repetitive after a while, and we need to extract.
Yeah. This is it. This is. Are you looking at my stream? This is the point where he talks about it.
So like overarching, I don't have a fundamental issue with them. I definitely have problems with the boss of Sanctum, like that whole hour. I definitely have problems.
He has problem with the boss of Sanctum.
The boss of Sanctum.
The hourglass mechanic.
Hourglass mechanic is just absolute garbage.
It's just absolute garbage and just needs to be redesigned.
There's nothing.
That's what he said. I remember hearing that and thinking, yes, I knew I wasn't buggy. He agrees with me.
I mean, no one's arguing with him.
Yeah. It has no, like, an insta kill mechanic. I said it first time I did it. I said it the second time it killed me. An insta kill mechanic has no place being. I hate this so much. But it has no place being in. Oh god, I fucked myself up, didn't I? I don't know what this is. But it has no place in Sanctum. In a mode where you can spend like 1 hour 30 minutes getting to the boss fight, and then you just it's balanced around losing honor gradually, and then there's just an insta kill mechanic that is just like fuck you. Like it has no place being in Sanctum. I'm sorry, it literally just does not.
Try it.
Looking at the 3 gauntlets before me and the boss. The hair's foot from a random
What was that?
I said me looking at the 3 gauntlet trials right before the boss fight.
That moment when you blink and then you suddenly see the black thing coming out of the urn, and you're like, oh, ho, 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 you're not gonna get me this time. That urn is a bitch. I don't like that urn. He is like one of the worst monsters in Sanctum. Oh, this is not a fucked room, thank god. I could have botched my run there so hard if this was a fucked room, because I was forced into going this room.
I need to take 3 gauntlets. I actually need to take 3 gauntlets in a row.
Rip.
Would you take minimap as hidden?
Probably not. Like, I don't know that I use the minimap all that much, but I don't.
Take it over affliction when you venerate, or monsters deal more damage.
Those are all rough choices, my brother. I don't know what to tell you.
That's what I'm saying.
You're between a rock and a rock. There's no hard place in that equation. It's just rock and a rock, my G.
We'll just take minimap it and then hope to remove it. There's nothing else I can do.
Yeah, minimap hitting is probably just the play.
I'm not even gonna tell you what's in the other rooms. You have no evasion, brother. I already don't have life.
Minimap. The minimap option also comes with reduced light radius. Oh my god.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, man.
I wish you luck.
I have to click that.
Aim before a projectile snipes you from outside your light radius. That sounds like despair. All right, let's see what you have for me. I'm probably not getting rid of any of my boons because they're godlike. No. Gain a random major boon for just 1,000 fizz. Restore 30 honor on room completion. I mean, not bad.
Major.
Surely we just go enfeeble. Enfeeble is free. We're literally just going this into enfeeble.
I wish enfeeble was free. Next time you complain about clear speed, just remember you get to click those mods.
Yeah. Do you know how many mods you get to click that I don't? And literally anything in maps that has in giga damage, I don't get to click because my minion will die. And you can just off screen. So call this a surcharge on you having fun in mapping. Think of it as a tax.
You'll be taking tax off lane.
I need more time.
I don't know if I can take that many map reduced. I might take Affliction on Venerate.
Affliction on Venerate. That means you're just going to touch shrines. Because afflictions are wild. You could. What if you just get no ES or some BS? Like, you could literally just get no ES. Are you not an ES build?
Oh, hybrid.
Yeah, like
1.8k life, 600. Yeah.
Don't forget, ES is contributing to your order.
I need more time.
If you get no ES, you're fucked. Well, not completely since you're hybrid, but like.
This is doing nothing. The fucking light radius.
You just have to take the L on the light radius.
Stand tall. I need more time.
Before 3 gauntlets, not smart. I mean, it isn't, but like at that point, you just know the run is probably not getting all the way. Like you just prepare yourself. Oh, what are these choices? Yo, Balbala has treated me so good in this Sanctum run. I have 8k on her now.
Come get me. Now for you.
Sandworm time.
Being outnumbered did not mean I was outmatched.
Good luck. I have less monster life. I have more minion damage, and I have reduced merchant prices. Oh, and they doubled their. Ooh, Balbala. Come here. Monsters additional room ahead. Shit, sign me up. Less damage, sign me up. Reduce action speed, sign me fucking up. Look at this. This is a blessed run, okay? Let's just go. This is the run. We go all the way, 100%. They have reduced action speed, reduced damage. I have increased damage. They have less life. No downsides. Good luck, Intel. Good sleep. All right. Good night, Yako. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, nope. We don't touch that. I think I can go for merchant only giving me one choice, because at this point I've gotten everything I wanted from her except the hairfoot. Like, I would really love hairfoot, and she hasn't given me that. But
that's the only thing keeping me playing.
none of the other two are options. Like, literally, it's not even a choice. Like, that's the only option I can go for.
I'm on the final floor.
Oh shit! Do you understand that? Oh, wait, how much before me? Yeah.
As I told you I didn't want to get the relic, I had already started the run.
Oh.
Halfway through the first floor.
Oh lol.
I was just disparaging as I did it. But one in this is fine though.
What'd you say?
Oh, he has new dialogue for the Huntress.
Zarok?
Also a traitor. Yeah. No, he said a traitor and a something. Oh no, traitor.
Jengak. Yeah.
Okay, that's not for the Huntress though. What a fitting pair.
Gain a random boo. Ooh. Your next affliction you gain is converted into a random minor boon. You know why? I think I'd got all the way already. All right, let's not jump. This is obviously the play because I didn't have access to. Wait, are y'all seeing this trap? I go here thinking, oh, I have access to 3. These 3 all lead here. Except this one gives me this option. What the fucking trap? If this didn't have here, this would actually just be a trap room. I'll still go this because we have these 2 as choices. And these 2 have these 3 as choices. So we're still going near, but like, this is how Sanctum be gimping you. Like, for real. So, this is how they do it. It's a gauntlet room, so kind of have to take off my blink for it. I hate that that trap is there, by the way. If I haven't said it, I'm saying it now. Brother, can y'all like just not do that, please? Appreciate it.
Dude, I got 3 random minor boons.
Okay.
Actually really insane.
So my next,
less damage.
3 random minor boons, you said?
Yeah, less life, less damage. Monsters do less life, less damage.
Oh. GG.
And the only downside was taking 1000 damage after 8 rooms. Oh, psych. I only have 5 rooms left.
Okay, good. GG.
And then Zero will send me home. I could beat him with less life and less damage.
Most likely.
Even with 2.1k?
I don't, dude, it's a skill issue. I don't know how good you are at the fight, but
So,
it's
yeah,
possible.
yeah.
Can we focus on her, please? Thank you. Woo!
You were no warrior. I need more time.
Oh god.
Just try it.
I feel like sometimes I press W to move my minions and my character moves as well. I don't know if this is just being body blocked by something, but like scary.
That skill has like attack while moving or something like that.
What skill?
Telling your minions to move.
No, it doesn't.
An oasis in the desert.
So the best part about my current situation is I can honestly go to this line that has nothing but afflictions, and because I'm going to convert, where is it? Where is it? Convert your next affliction into a minor boon, crystal shard, that guy. I can just enter any of these rooms and know that it's going to convert it. It's not going to convert, right? It's converted. So this into this most likely. So we have the most options is the play.
Just try it. Weakling.
Nope.
You want to see my Zarok fight when I get there?
Do you want me to? Because like
Watch me have to. You want Team 7 to be high that last time.
Chad, do you want to see two Zarok fights? His and mine? I'm down. I'm
done with mine. I'm basically about to do mine. I'm worried about mana. And I'm thinking I should go get a mana flask with charges per second.
You probably want to. It's a long fight.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Big honor on entering.
Last boon before is insane.
It's insane. Or is it, did you have a gauntlet room?
No, but he does traps.
He does.
Isn't that big slam a trap? He actually literally just sends to you.
I don't know that it's a trap. He's a monster. He does that. So like this floor honestly would be big for reduced slowing potency reduced slowing potency of debuffs on you, because the quicksand would count for that as far as I know, at least. Past this gauntlet room and we are almost at the scorpion. And this is why click to move is so good. Are you at the boss?
Yeah, just quality my mana flask.
And now we can turn blink back on because it's an escape room.
Speak. Speak.
What?
Excited.
You're excited?
Sent back to my hideout.
Lol.
Just let me know when.
Sure. Once I'm done with this room.
I can't yet.
Impressive endurance.
Gain a random boon? Sheesh. Keep in mind, every single room we complete restores honor. I'm not restoring honor whenever I get to boss rooms. And apparently I'm not restoring honor when I venerate any shrine. So honor is not a problem. All right, let's Arcane. You have chat watching now. Good luck. Let's turn on sound. You can't pause this fight. I hope you know this. Oh shit, I'm selling something?
Alright, let's go. My wife walked in, I just came in.
Come, Taljali. I shall enact your fate.
Did the person just leave?
Why can I click these while playing?
The hour grows late.
Can you not be frozen in this mode?
Can you not be frozen in the mode? What do you mean?
These sands of time.
There's one below.
One top two. What a fucking cursed layout, bro.
A for two. A small victory.
Can I not freeze him?
But your war is not yet won.
I can't freeze him.
Yeah, I'm not seeing freeze build up.
Huh?
I guess that's just part of his gimmick.
The hour grows late. You are not in control. Yourself.
You got this.
Wait, are you telling me I can't freeze him?
That's what it looks like.
Sands of time. Wait for no one.
Can I just wait here?
You can.
Regen mana flask? Or is it gonna kill me?
I don't know, but as far as I know, there is no timer stopping you from doing that.
I don't know if I'm getting mana flask.
You are. You were on 8 before, now you're 9.
Is there one below? There is.
Yeah.
Dude, these are really bad.
Just make sure you don't roll unless it's like the last one or something.
Wither into nothing. This only ends one way.
Watch my health for me. I don't want to
GG.
It wasn't free, but it is what it is.
Congrats.
Thanks, man. GG's, everyone.
GG. Let's actually store these guys. Any good ones? Bosses take. Should I go in there? Deer reduce. No one cares. Honor res max life could be decent. We can probably replace something we have with that. Quantity of relics. Honor restored. And then yeah, no one cares about any of those.
I'm ready.
All right, time for floor 3's boss. How is my damage? We still we have 5 brutes with blink. Should I take blink off and just? I could take blink off and go the extra brute. That could be something I do. I don't think I can't think of too many mechanics where I need blink for on her. But I'll do it. Screw it.
Beware the scorpion sting.
Must beware of the stinger. I need more time. Just try it.
Make haste.
I can't yet.
Okay, damage is not an issue. Not as much as I thought it would be, at least. But then again, this run is more blessed than the Storm Mage run, so
This was the end of it.
there's that.
But I sense another being resides here.
Like, I have so many boons and not many banes. So we're gonna pick up more life. Because why not? Now we just gain 400 life. Easy.
If you can
Our honor also went up. Beautiful. Yeah, it's fine. Balbala, what do you have? I don't care about you. Yeah, okay. I could have honestly bought it just so it doesn't show up in my next merchant, because I do still have the merchant only has one choice. Probably would have been the smart call, to be honest. Smoked with the raid? Sheesh, welcome. How you doing? How was stream? Sanguine, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. So what did y'all get up to on stream today? As you can see right now, we're trying to get our 4th Ascendancy. Well, we got our 3rd one just now. I'm getting our 4th Ascendancy on this summoner, on our Titan. Chalice into Hourglass into... Yes, it's fine, I think. I don't see anything that's wrong. Minion slapping but got tired? Okay. What minions are you rocking now?
You will suffer the same fate as Varashta.
Who the fuck is Varashta?
really begin to recognize his voice? Sarok, the temporal.
This entire floor is going to be a pain without ranged minions. I would say that much. Like, projectiles would be better. Oh, still on cultist archers? Nice. Did you end up sticking with ingenuity? Using Swift Affliction now on a 5 link. Oh, so you're trying to juice the dot effect of the toxic Rain, are you scaling duration by chance? Does he have a duration tag? I don't think I ever checked.
A great challenge overcome.
Gonna do Mom and skill the Unholy Might's magnitude. Yeah, that makes sense. That's what I did on my Lich. It feels good to mana stack. Like, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Just simply doing number go up. Oh, we can. This is kind of free, so we can do 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we can do that. This into this. Yeah, we'll go with this guy because we don't want Gauntlet. Seeing something as simple in-game as like number go up feels good. Especially on a build like Minions that typically doesn't have a scaler in-game that you see, oh, we are getting stronger. There's no number that you can see. There's no DPS number like, oh. Like there is like tooltip damage, which is the best thing we have access to as Minion players realistically. Kill him! Thank you.
That was close.
Right now we're for those that don't know what we're playing Titan and we're going for brutes. It's kind of the idea of this build. Right now we are in a kind of we tweaked our setup for Sanctum a bit, so we have less brutes and whatnot, but we have like access to blink and just more quality of life. This is free because I still have reduced merchant cost, so it just neutrals, like it just balances out basically.
Was the beginning, not the end. Your foolish deal should have known better.
They ripped out his soul like they did to me. He refused to be imprisoned.
Come get me! I need more time.
Okay. Right now I'm playing click to move just so that Sanctum is easier, and we're currently on a godlike run. Literally, we have so many boons. We have less monster life, increased monster, like monsters do less damage, monsters have less action, reduced action speed. They have, I see additional room, they deal less damage, I deal more damage. I'm gaining honor after completing every room. When I get to the boss room, I'm gaining honor, and I just have like 5 downsides. And like armor is free, and feeble is free, damage taken while on low life is free. So the only two that affecting the rewards are unknown, and merchant offer only one choice. And out of those 2 choices, I mean, do this into this. Out of those 2 choices, the reward being unknown is still kind of nice, because like I get surprised when I run into the merchant. I'm like, oh, merchant, oh really? It's kind of fun.
I need more time.
Yo. What? Am I lagging? What the fuck was that? I couldn't change my direction. Yo, that's BS. Like it freaking cost me honor. Big honor. Like I just couldn't move. Huh?
Swift magnificence.
That was so fucking weird. Oh. Well, again, I guess some of it back at least. Yeah. All right. This is free. Reduce honor restored. I'm not restoring honor, so we're gonna do this into this into this.
Time works against you, but I am its master.
We cannot allow him to disgrace this sacred place.
Feel my wrath.
I dropped the relic worth a lot of money. I
GG.
6 divines actually.
Oh shit. Just hype Giga high roll or what? Oh my god, can I? Okay. Bruh. Is there a reason this fucker is still alive, guys? What the fuck? I hate this map so much. There's so many problems with elevation here that I'm just like that whatever hit me there, I assume it's an elevation thing. It didn't hit me too hard, so like I'm not too mad about it. But like it's annoying.
A great challenge overcome.
Okay, once we're in between, we'll check the relics. I have 1,400. Honor res, big honor res, and merchant's choice. That's huge. 35, 60 exalts. Sheesh.
The second one though.
40 honor res is insane. Is that max roll?
I think that is a max roll, yeah. It claims it is 60.
I mean, you're the only one I see that has it up.
No, don't look at the roll.
Let's take down boss roll a bit and let's take down this a bit. Yeah, it's maybe I should remove tapestry.
Yeah, I removed tapestry when I did that, which might actually make it not tellable. I don't know. It depends. We'll see.
Yeah.
Maybe people just really don't like tapestry.
No, probably 6D. GG. I feel like I was checking something or I did something that I wanted to remember. Hourglass into reduced honor restored. Am I gonna play last Epoch? 100%. That's the plan at least. The current plan is I'm going to be on PoE 2 till Thursday. Thursday I will still stream PoE 2, but we have Torchlight releasing that Thursday, so we're going to be playing it. And Friday last Epoch releases, so I'm going to be streaming that. I also think I might be live like on League Start, like when it actually launches. I will try to be live during the day and basically go for as long as I can. I don't think I'm going to pull PoE hours, but if it's that entertaining, then sure, I'll be live like 24 hours, but if not, it might be like a 12-hour stream, 14, 18 hour, however long we're live for at that point. Oh! Bruh, where is the rare? That's who I would like to see. All right. You know, last Epoch season is on Thursday. It is? Wait, hold up. Hold up. Let me check. Let me just confirm this real quick. Goes live April 17th.
That's Friday.
No, it's Thursday. It's Thursday, 11 a.m. Dude, you gave me the wrong date.
Yeah, I did. My bad.
I mean, in that case, we're gonna be on Last Epoch on Thursday then. Thank you. That is very valuable information indeed.
So wait, when does Torchlight release?
Thursday, all the same. Yeah, both on Thursday.
Yeah, we already picked one then, I guess. That's what it was.
Yeah. Maybe if Torchlight had better monetization, we'd have picked it.
Better monetization, better progression.
I mean, maybe they worked on progression. Like, benefit of the doubt, they said they worked on something.
They did not. They did not. It's not true. Better video editors. They can improve at so much. They had enough time.
Dude, the fact that that video is still up there with the bad audio, I don't know what you're doing.
They said in Twitch chat that they're gonna fire their video editors for that. That's what the Twitch.
God damn.
Official Twitch account say, which we know who that is. We know who said that.
your boy.
Something.
So we have Blink. We don't have shield charge, but I don't think we need shield charge. We have everything we need. This is Giga single target. We're chilling. All right, Zarok. These are the upsides we have, downsides. Feel free to go back if you want to see every single one. Bro, can you stay still?
There can be no escape. Watch your step. I'm not ready. A temporary setback.
He got stunned? This is my first time seeing his stun animation. Alright, let's see. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where the fuck is number 6? Oh, it's right under me. 2. Come on! Come on! God damn it. Let's do it. Whew.
You're not supposed to walk over the hourglass, right?
What do you mean?
To you there? You're not supposed to walk over the hourglass. Doesn't it give you a debuff?
What do you mean by the hourglass? This? Like the thing is on the ground? That's what you pick up.
No, the spinning timer. Like literally like the clock.
No, you just get a debuff period. It's regardless of if you step on it or not, you're getting the debuff.
Playing the freest fight of his whole life.
I've never seen his stun animation.
He hates being stunned. Look how long he was stunned.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Holy layouts.
Your fate remains unchanged. You surprise, wither into nothing.
G fucking G's. Calling strike. That was free, honestly. But with these boons and the free base we had. Holy GG. We did it, boys. What'd you say?
Slam skills? So like what ascendancy? Wait.
What Ascendancy? Oh, the last one was literally just 50% more armor for my equip body armor. It's kind of dead, but like I don't have anything else that I would do, so yeah. Which is why, oh bruh, really? You keep your debuff here and only give me one choice?
I think that's so bad.
That, oh shit.
Oh shit, that's pretty good.
Exalt or div? Let's do that. 8 exalts, 10 exalts, pretty chill. I'll probably just replace one of my relics with that. Well, yeah.
Is that cheap?
Yeah, what do you think I bought them? Like, why do you think I bought, like, whenever I go to buy, that's what I buy. But like some of mine were self-farmed, so I'll probably replace one of my self-farmed ones with that. So I'm thinking we have royal caches, mysterious, arcanists. Royal, I think, has jewels. Actually, first, let's go free up our inventory because this is way too much. This is way too fucking much. All right. So we go for a bunch of royals, it looks like, because I don't know that mysterious is any better. I don't know that mysterious is any better. So just focus on jewels. Now with silver, we can be a bit more, you know, whatever. I literally am not seeing many that appeal to me. Lol. Wait, so Hoarders is just gold? Yeah. I guess we just maybe open belts. Yeesh. And then we just open relics for the bronzes. If we see any relics, we open that. Mysterious, sure. Rangers, warrior, mysterious.
I can't yet.
Yeah, there's nothing else I really need. So we're just going to pick anything random at this point. There's one more. All right, that's Ascendancy 4. Now let's go and actually test out. We now have 2k life even outside of trials. That's kind of nice. That's very nice. We'll go to my hideout and we're just going to fill out inventory, talk to Doriani. identify everything, and we're gonna run a map. I feel good getting as much life as we did. There's a universe where we go for Prism Guardian today. Shit is expensive though, but the universe exists. How much are they going for? Do I know where what?
Tablet is in Mesa? Because Mesa is a circle, right?
Mesa has those things in the middle, but it's typically at an edge. Probably the edge of opposite where you spawn, some around there. Check the 2 signs opposite where you spawn, and you should typically find it around there. We'll prioritize things that are not, you know, identified. I think you are, yeah, you're kind of trash. So I'll turn you to a chance orb. You also chance orb material. Okay. Okay, we're just going to look at you, turn these 2 into chance orbs, and anything I don't like is going in here. Oh shit, max code rush. Hits can't be evaded.
Yeah.
Move speed on a res. Ooh. And then for you, so what is hits can be evaded? What are you talking about?
Unique A linked.
It was like 3x.
I think it has a modifier on it that basically hits can't be evaded. First time I've seen that in the game.
Shayaba. Plus dex requirement minus strength. Increase fears, increase attack speed, increase always hits. Lol. Yeah, that's a first for me too. Does maximum code res have value? Not innately. So we're going to... Oh shit. Okay, maybe Thorn users aren't using that as often as I thought. They were just going to put them in, I guess, a 1x, and we see what sticks. Wait a second. Minions have increased life and additional PDR? Sheesh. That's not worth much. Really? Huh. I would have sworn it'd be worth something. What about Chaos and Curse activation? You surely you're good. Yeah, this is actually worth some money. Oh yeah, you were worth money as well. What do you say?
I think I'm out for the night. Prepare for get some early rest before the exams tomorrow.
All right, good luck and good night.
Thank you.
So this is like 10. Good night. We'll do that under 10. Then I think everything else goes in the 1x folder. This is huge. Faster threshold ailments equal ES. Then freeze threshold. This is like 20. I'll put up for 20. $19. Cast speed, ES recharge rates. Oh, faster start rather. Okay. And then this I think is just trash. Let's see what you look like. Nah.
On with the work.
Now we need to actually switch back to our regularly scheduled setup so Blink can take a rest. What else? Blind can go back in, I think. No, Blind cannot. We get an extra brute and we get an extra, not sniper, cleric, 2 extra clerics. Then you're set up already, right? Yes, you are. If nobody's going to pay 3 for it, then I'll use it. Screw that. Increase presence AoE. What are you? Minion attack cast speed. I would rather have AoE than minion attack speed, to be honest. So we'll do that. Yeah, I thought so. Recoms can't get that. Recoms. Jules can't get that. And then for this, we just leave it, I guess, here where I can see it. Impact shockwave goes back in because now we're done with single target. We do need our last link ASAP, but I guess it's fine. Okay, just making sure it wouldn't work there. What does my presence AoE look like at this point? So it gets to like here, top of my screen and outside the bottom, right? Yep. All right. So now I kind of have a mental image of where my minions have to be. And we're going to switch back from click to move. Input WASD because I prefer that, and then play. Give me a second. My apartment is quite cold. I don't know why, but it's freaking cold. 1 second. All right, I am back. WASD gaming again. We can take this off. We don't need this, to be honest, but we'll leave it. So now defensively we are more solid. Prism Guardian. I didn't check the price. Can you just not cost the divine, pretty please? 70x. What up, Scissorly? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. This is 70x. How much is it divine right now? If I had to convert it here. It's 90. So if I were to convert it real quick, I can buy these for under a divine. I'd have like 20x saved over. But I would need to replace fire and cold res, and of course the lightning res can stay because it's a socket. But if I get, say, 15, no, let's take it as one of the exalt prices. Take the exalt prices. 70x, right? If I go for like a 15%, that'd be 45% all res, whereas this guy is given 18 plus 24 is 42. So like it competes with a sheer amount of like res. It wouldn't, code res would fall to below cap. Actually, no, we're about 10 over cap. Actually 11. So yeah, 15 would do for that. Fire res would fall by 4, 5, 3. Fire res would still be capped, and lightning res would stay the same. Block one will fall. Finally, Crow 3, haven't been able to play much. How are you enjoying the progression though? That's what's important. Why would I buy this field for, like, why? So is this worth me selling my divine? How much life, how much, wait, real talk. How much spirit will I get? 2270, right? Wait, my calculator is closed. Why? Who closes my calculator? All right, so we have 2270, and the modifier in question is 1 per 50. So it's 2270 divided by 50. That'll be 45 spirits. 45 spirits is an extra brute, but it also goes and meets the increased spirit from my tree. Which, how much increased spirit do I have? 3, 4, so that's 7, 5, so that's 12. So times 1.12. So I'd get 50 spirit from it exactly. Now with the 50 spirit I get, that gives me an extra brute, and I don't lose much besides block chance. I guess let's see. We're going from 6 brutes, it looks like. Where are my brutes? 6, yeah, 6. Let me just confirm the. Oh wait, you're supposed to be convalescent. That's the difference. Yeah, okay. Okay. I think that's fine. It's just one of the upgrades, right? And then past Prism Guardian, we have our other options. This also gives us dexterity. Is there a reason I would need dexterity? Let me see. What else? This literally doesn't give me anything else, right? I'm not glossing over anything else. Okay, no, it doesn't. Oh, that's gone. Oh, that brother gone. 60x. If you invite me, I'm gonna take it. I'll sell my divine for it. I don't know that I am willing to. Let me see, exalted or divines. Honestly, the price of a max roll bottom one. Five div. I mean, this is beautiful. I would love this. This is beautiful. It's cool. Lack of currency and drops has me with low level gear still. Found like 6x. Yeah, currency isn't in the best spots. But it is what it is. We make do what we can. For Crew 3, I don't know that I had even participated much in trading at that point, to be honest. I had started saving my currency because I knew I was going to. But I don't think I had made the conscious decision to go buy anything yet. Is this the same person I just messaged? Yes, it is. So they aren't responding. And for the others, I don't feel like if it's not 14% res, I don't feel like just coughing up a divine. Person didn't respond. These people obviously would not. This is a price fixer if I've ever seen one. Anyways, it's fine. We're just not gonna get that now. We keep doing what we're doing. And right now that involves pathing towards here, and I think I want to start doing some ritual. I think that's what I want to do. Wait, what? Shit. I use my map with many different modifiers. Okay. We'll see how this goes. Currently, level wise, we're not doing badly at all. I think right now we are in the 80s, 81.
Come get me.
Okay, do your loading, you know, breathe, do whatever you need to do. Take your time, take your time. We got time. We're not in a rush, okay? I'm gonna hit resume and you're gonna act right. Oh god. It did not act right. Let's try this one more time. Okay, we're loading. This is not a corrupted zone, right? Like, it is not. So why is it like, why is it stuttering this much? I want to go through the deadly mirror, but like I don't want it to stutter more than it is.
Stupid dog, you are chasing your own tail.
See what I mean? Stupid dog. You make me look bad.
No challenge. Stretch.
And that's a level up. What if I took these 4 points out, right? And follow me on this. Take out these 4 points for now. 1, 2, 3, 4. That puts me just under where I need to go for these guys. So for now, we're going to put all our points into these increased damage nodes, so we still have useful nodes to take. Then we're going to start scaling ES past that. And then beyond that, we're just gonna have to see. Oh, you're rare? Sheesh. Let's do that then. What in the earth is this? I didn't even see the timer, to be honest. Oh god, infinites. There are no greater essences, so like it could be fine.
Come get me. Face me.
Got the Valor back, we'll take it. Bonk. Bonk. I love the Boneshatters, man. Let's say Conjure Mantle. Do I even want to click it? I mean, you never know when you get something good for recoms, I guess. What the hell? So he has cannot recover. Who has cannot recover? You? No, this is suppresses full recovery. Not necessarily cannot recover. Can you all just thank you? I don't remember if Ornate is good or not, so I'm just going to click you.
Fear will best you.
Nah. Ornate is trash. Never mind. I don't know why I thought he was anything but. So armor wise, how much armor do we have? We have 1262. We're not scaling armor. We just happen to have some armor on our chest. And honestly, there's nothing else we can get.
Come get me.
Like genuinely, I feel like this is such a waste of a fourth one. But like there's nothing else. I guess we could also just go like 2 small nodes or something, but the small nodes are so trash. And I wouldn't stick crushing blows because that might gimp my minions at some point. Yeah, this is not considered a slam skill, right? Why I know? Yeah, there we go. Like, were we missing? What was that lack of AoE? Is it because I was out of range or something? Were they not my presence AoE? I feel like they were. Mans is stun resistant, but it doesn't matter. I guess he just died. That's one way to do it. Could it be? Nah, that's not the case. I was going to say, could it be they are gathering?
Steel yourself.
Could it be they are gathering? Yeah, I don't remember what I was gonna say at this point. Oh yeah, gathering up stun. Could it be they are just doing it too efficiently and just not popping? I don't think that is the case. Vassal deaths at Akara, so a sorceress most likely. I don't know where they are. Oh, could it be a necro? It probably is a necro. Literally dropped nothing of interest. Like literally nothing of interest. No good bases, nothing. Y'all just said Does this map have stun build up? No, it doesn't. So how am I getting stunned as much as I am? Come on, bonk. There we go. Oh shit. Oh. There is no way you're like 1x. This is typically expensive. I don't think it matters too much. I'm gonna take it. I'm probably going to use it myself. All right, where were we? Give me those chance shards. Did y'all know, and I didn't know this, chance shards are apparently muddy right now? Wait, what? Oh. I thought that was going to be worth something. Probably isn't. This is intelligence, so we put it here. Brute's already level 18. We cannot get level 19 until 84, right? This is correct, right? Yeah, level 84. All right. Cool. We are also just straight up going to need travel nodes going there. Anyways, this one on the other hand is actually pretty high on the life per second. I don't know which I would prefer, to be honest. They're both good. If I had instant recovery belts, then this would be a no-brainer. And it's not like I care that it removes life from mana, because I don't use my mana. I barely use it anyways. So like it's fine. All right, let's roll some maps. We'll go for tier 15s. Early res is fine so long as it's not early weakness. Early weakness is a bit iffy. Wait a second. Is one of these not? Oh, it's a fucking tower. All right. We'll get a white map. There. 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 I'm now going to use that one in there. This inventory is so bugged, so I can't even do that. Like I can't control click in there. I can't do that. Anyways, this is crits. This is flash starters. Oh, we're gonna do it though. We're gonna do it. We have one revive. Like basically we have, it's a single portal map, I think.
Just try it. Face me.
I like that I now finally have like some passive health regen at the very least.
You were no warrior.
Like at the very least, I finally have that. I love tight layouts like this on the brutes. That is what I'm coming to realize. Not too tight layouts, the way only one brute is actually DPSing, but like just tight enough to where they are clumped up and they can just shotgun like that, but open enough that multiple brutes can attack the same enemy. That felt good. That felt good. When you're watching your minions and you see them absolutely whiff a Boneshatter. None of them survived to get hit by Boneshatter.
Meek creature.
Let me confirm. Let me just confirm exactly what rage does in current PoE. 1% more AD per 1 rage gain to a max of 30. You lose 1 rage every 0.1 seconds if you're not taking damage or gained rage in the last 2 seconds. There was something I forgot to read. Only 1 hit every disc can cause you to gain rage. So basically they need to stay very close to this motherfucker if they want to keep the rage. Well, I guess even 2% more damage is like having an extra support gem. Like, this is like the ideal layout for this build. Unironically. Never thought I'd say that for a tower, but here we are. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that ritual. Fuck that. I'm not gonna walk all that way for fucking ritual. It's not happening. I can guarantee you one thing: it is not happening. Anyways, so we need 3 ritual tablets. I don't know that I have ritual tablets like that. So we're just going to. I don't have any, so we're going to buy some. Ritual precursor. So I've done some light deliing. I've done some light expedition. I've done some light. I want to do some light ritual, and that be it. That's all I care about, really. 5x a piece. And I'm hoping that Richard just treats me right. That's what I'm hoping for. Nothing crazy. I just want to see one decent drop. Nothing crazy, you know, just give me some ritual. Thank you. Now from these maps I get ritual from, I should be able to sustain the tablets. So this should be a one-time purchase. Because like at this point, I don't really have a strat where I'm trying to do this one or that one. I just want to do. I just want to make sure most maps in my range have ritual. So, like, I'll buy them yellow if you want. Surely someone is going to the trade experience, I guess. I want to collapse accounts by listing at this point. Okay, we've hit the 6 exalt mark, and we are definitely gonna collapse by listing because fuck this. Maps in range. Minimum 15. I'm about to just start spamming. Oh, holy. Look at how many people down this is. The trade experience. Thank you. Thank you. I think we might be this one. My guy, I'm in your hideout. Because if I try to come to your town and you do anything like kick me or whatever in the long ass loading screen that I will have, well, let's just say you're gonna get ignored. Person is not coming. Okay. This person makes me go through loading screen and then ignores and then doesn't, and I don't get the item. This is taking forever to close them all. Can someone why is this not closing? The fuck? Yeah. Reduce tribute, chance to be magic. Okay, I don't care. What I do care about is that every single map in my vicinity should be that. Also, there is corruption. It looks like this is corruption in this vicinity, so we're gonna path up here, maybe path here to be precise. We have a Pharaoh megalith, so we're going to do this. We're going to path to the Pharaoh megalith. We also have a fractured lake, but I don't know what this is, so this is points is what that means. So we'll start off with that. We'll go for match revives because I don't know what the fuck that is. And there's no way I wouldn't rather experience it on stream than off stream. So let's see what the fuck the Pharaoh megalith is. Maybe we'll find some cool specters. I should have brought some specter gems here. Hopefully we find some good specters. By the way, seriously, the best advice I can give for currency right now, honestly, is quality items are actually money. So if you find any superior items on the ground, be sure to pick them up. I feel like I remember the showcase of this map. Was this Essence related or something? Or was it that they were bosses or something? He pointed me in the direction of this, like this direction.
You were no warrior.
Okay, buddy. I think I either got mega dicked by, I think it was stun plus a stutter or something. I don't think I should have been, I should have died there. Or maybe they'll just overlap on like lightning storms, I don't know. Dude, why are you so loud? You just said T15 Waystone. Jeez, calm down. Oh god. So he pointed me here. This isn't. Oh, we are doing this. They're all circles, eh? It's all for the big circle in the middle. I just don't remember what this unique map was. I think there was some sort of activate this and complete the boss. Oh shit, is the boss gauntlet? That's the one. Yeah, because I remember the concept from the review video. I just didn't remember exactly what it was. Yeah, I don't know if this is the best build for a boss gauntlet, but we'll see. We've already died once. It's not a good sign. It's not a great sign, at least. I feel like going for ES is the play. For now, at least. Just so it remains... Just so it remains hard to one-shot me. By the way, do you guys remember if like the number of rune monoliths is like static, or if like I'm actively scaling the difficulty with each one? I guess I'll find out, because I don't remember. I think you have to activate them also. Yeah, that's my reasoning as well. It's exactly what came to mind. So hey, if there's some scaling difficulty, then we're just gonna big dick it and go for highest difficulty, I guess, because like I'm just gonna touch all the gates. It is what it is. Consequences be damned. Famous last words. Whether or not to keep going after each boss, we'll see. If it's just bosses, then I have a gem swap for it. The environment just changed. Did y'all notice that?
You were no warrior.
There's someone resurrecting people, and I suspect it's like who has... Okay, I think whoever it was is dead. All right, let's do this. Oh. How are you shooting an attack before you finish loading in, my G? Get stunned. Okay, that beam scared the fuck out of me. What the fuck?
Just try it.
Yeah, you're fucked. Surely we do it again, right? Stun, 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 stun. Come on. You're dead. You're dead.
Feel my wrath.
Okay. Crowbell. Spin. Stun. Good. Killer.
Breathe it in. Flash.
I am the sun.
Stand still. I am the sun.
Stunner. Go. Cool, 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 cool. She had so much DR there, it felt like. Oh, not you. Like, realistically, he's not bad. I just don't like that attack. That attack has already killed me once today in an essence mob. So I'm very, very cautious when it comes to that.
You sided with the villains.
Stun him. Cool. And you're fucked. I think this is the last wave. Attack Pukta! Oh god.
I can't yet.
Okay, now we're facing two at a time. I'm feeling very, very nervous. Though this is the more problematic one that can kill my minions on repeats. This guy is just following me. Usurper. Oh god.
No mana.
That was fucking scary. Like the fact that I almost died at the end is insane. Alright, surely I get something in. I got alacrity, so that's nice. Yeah, take it.
Fortune favors me.
So many runes. Oh look, it's those gloves. Oh, that was scary. That end was scary as shit. I almost died. If I had less of anything, I'd be dead. Whew. We finished on our first try. I'll take it. It kind of just shows we can't teleport. Oh, it was fun. Nerve-wracking, but fun. I'm so happy I actually finished my Ascendancy before running into that map. Because the extra health was probably what came in clutch. Like, I don't know how much life I live with. Let me try to find it. That slam left me at how much life? Let me see if I can find it. 62 health. No fucking way. Y'all have to see this. Y'all have to like 62 health. Like, yo. Let's see if I could. Way back. I don't remember if it was before or after this. No, he's gonna die here, so it was before. The Maw Beast was dead. Like everything is smooth here. We're chilling. Life is good. Can't complain. You know, all of that good stuff. Where was it? There. Next thing he does this slam and I don't see it. 60! This is how close I was to dying. Without my Ascendancy, I'm dead. 60 out. He ate through my ES and my life. Like, look, I'm at 2k life, 1800 ES. About to be completely full. Boom. 55. Do you know how lucky that is? We had the exact amount of health required to survive. This is how much we live by. Holy shit, man. That was major panic for me. If I was on like a dot ground or something, I'm dead. Like, dead. Ooh, that was scary. Okay, we just got 2 points somewhere. It was 2 points here. Essences, contain essences, contain essences. We're going to juice essences, basically. Ooh. That was scary. Holy. Not for the faint of heart, I'll tell you that much. If I didn't even pick this node, I might have been dead. This one node that I took while I was doing the map, if I didn't pick it, I'd be dead. Hey, we saw into the future and we predicted that we would need every bit of EHP we could scrounge up, and that was it. Oh my lord. All right. We'll just keep juicing ES until we can fully spec into this wheel. Then we're going to take all the points and move there. What else did we get? We have this Dread Fist. It's not worth much, but you all know what we're going to do, right? We're going to do that. We're going to see if we can afford an Omen of Corruption. We're going to buy 2. 2 for 11. We're going to click it. And then click. Surely I quality this, right? Could be worse, I guess. Parry enemies take more spell damage over AD. Increase parry debuff duration. Nocturne. You're not worth anything, right? Yeah, it's parry. Okay. We're going to disenchant you. You're not going to get rid of you as well as you. We have Rune of Alacrity. Surely this is worth money, right? $20 exalts. Not bad. Not bad at all. I could put it for 19. But 20 should be fine. Fine. It's just 1x. That was surprisingly quick. Why do I have that?
Find more breach remnants for my research.
Throw it in the 1x folder. All right, so we're going to path towards what I believe is corruption here. I could be wrong, but I think that's corruption. Now, one thing to note right now is we don't have much in the way of PDR for my brutes, and that isn't great. We have some coming from here, thank goodness. And honestly, maybe we try to get elsewhere as well. I haven't decided exactly how we're gonna get PDR, but that's honestly an option that's available, I guess. Just use sockets for PDR until we are in a spot where we can use them for grand spectrums, because overall we're going to get them to grand spectrum points once we have a bit of currency under our belts. Honestly, that boss gauntlet was fucking fun. I wish it was available more often, to be honest. I like the unique encounters I've done this league. From the Calandra one, I've done Calandra, I've done Castaway, I've done the boss gauntlets. I haven't seen the Essence one. Ooh, okay, we need to be careful around that guy. Are we done exploding? I want to pick up the gold. I know. We don't. No, not efficient. I'm aware. Why? What is? Where did my health go? Do we have burning ground in this map, or? I need to get ablation on my pain offering, so maybe after this map we're going to actually do some corrupting. We need to corrupt a whole bunch of pain offerings to try to get a 4-socket pain offering, because if I can get ablation, then the rage generation on, I think the rage generation should hit a breakpoint where I can get more than 3 a second, because like right now we're getting 1 2 3, you know, it's just slowly charging up. And if you were to believe this, it says font of rage from this grants 2 rage regen per second to you and nearby allies. So I want to believe that scales with offering effects. It might not, but it would make sense if it did. So we'll test it. Bro, you have explode corpses, really? Yeah, good luck getting through them. I have an army for a reason, and they're thick boys, if I do say so myself. Very thick boys. You're not getting through them easy. There's a level of safety that actually comes with brutes that just feels really nice to... Don't scare me like that. It just feels really nice to have. Oh god, it's him. Am I the only one whose reaction when I see this guy sometimes is like, oh god.
Follow that wisp.
Okay, let's see what you're gonna do.
No time to tarry.
I mean, we've cleared all this way. This is all distance that it could have been gaining power.
No time to tarry. Keep on him.
Okay.
Its prey. Cut it down. We're wearing it down. Don't let up.
My offering went down so quick.
Creature.
All that for let's test this ritual, shall we? Oh god, it's you. This would have been free if I was CI, but alas, if wishes were fishes, eh? I am not CI and I do not have cap chaos res, so I do not have cap chaos res, so we are risking our lives every single time we open a ritual, especially one of that nature.
Feel my wrath.
How many revives do I have? I don't remember. Surely we don't die here, right? Oh look, it's a tree and foul spawn. If only, I mean, I think it only shows up what in the Wildwood and in rituals. I've seen it multiple times in rituals, and every single time it's every single time I think to myself, damn, they really just didn't let us even play around with it, eh? I wonder if we could have expected it from ritual if it was too rare from like Wildwood. We have one more ritual. Do we know everything in here? Refreshment. Let me just make sure there's nothing else, in which case I will yoink the fuck out of that exalt. Yoink. All right, last guy. Let's go. Oh, that's the foul spawn right there. This guy, look at him. Oh, we might have gotten ourselves into a little bit of trouble. A little bit, not too much, just a bit. Minions are still alive, we're still chilling. Okay, no trouble at all. Ignore what I said. Utility, sure, let's go. I don't remember what this has. Oh god. Whew. Dude, don't fucking stun me like that. Don't do it. Oh god. Okay, let me try to stay around my minions a bit. Just corral all the enemies. All right, we would. I guess T10 life regen is pretty decent. Not as a recon base. Yeah, okay, never mind. I figured Thorn users might want to recomp the Thorns, or someone else might want to recomp Giga life regen because that's T10. T10 sounds like it's the highest, doesn't it? We've completed this and we can't even reroll? No, this is quite the intro to ritual, isn't it? Quite the intro. Yeah, I don't think there's anything here I care about. There isn't even valuable currency or anything. Kind of strongbox, menacing. Yeah, we'll do it. What do we have to lose? We're done here. Very weak first ritual, eh? But we didn't even get enough to reroll. I guess it wasn't enough to reroll and have the exalt, but like it's 1 exalt, man. You know? It's like it's 1x. Is that really what we're doing now? I feel like I already have a necromantle. Meh. I mean, that one obviously has better rolls because it's minions. Oh no, it nerfed my minion revive speed. It should have been... Okay, this one is worse. We go for chance orbs, I think. 100%.
I'll be here, waiting.
Meh. This could be pretty good. Guess not.
On with the work.
I don't know how that's cheap, but that's apparently cheap. Where is the dump tab? Why does this look so much like inspiration, or am I bugging? Do these not look like they're exactly the same? Okay, I think it's about time we just straight up hit lesser runes. I don't think there's any lesser rune that I care to still have. These guys have been converting them up. I mean, to be fair, I guess I can convert them to greater runes, and I will never run out of use for greater runes, including like resolve and the others. Like, I do need the greater runes. Not even up for debate. Do I have regal orbs? How much are regals? I don't know why I'm even stressing. I always forget I can just buy shit like regals. The only one. 5x for 18? That's rough. That's actually rough. But anyways, it's fine. Is this not corruption? How is this area? How are they not corrupted? Okay, now we're going to the towers because like I don't know what to expect at this point. I was so sure there was going to be a tower, what's it called? Like there was going to be corruption there because it looks like there's corruption. Anyone would see that and think, oh yes, corruption, 100%. That looks that doesn't look like it is supposed to be there. Oh god, it's miners. Good news, they don't do too much damage to my minions. Bad news, I don't think the same applies to me. Oh wait, I just realized I'm using brutality. I should have switched. That's why my wave clear was a bit worse. Okay, there we go. I was wondering. I was like, this my wave clear is better than this. I mean, my single target did feel like it was better. Especially in the ritual, I'm like, I don't see the multiple circles I should be seeing.
Face me.
Waves of blood. I mean, tell me why we have a ritual encounter in this tight AF area.
You are no warrior.
But that was very straightforward. Does this map have a boss? You all remember? No, it didn't. All right, we hunt for Rez. I guess on rituals. Boom. There. You don't need to stop delaying my boom, okay? Like it is. I like knowing what the fuck is this. Oh, it's the Forsaken Hog. I was like, I was like, yo, where did we get this in the game? The fuck? This is not bad. This is also not bad. It's another Dextra Alchemy. If I had to say what I would go for, honestly, it's just going to be the Exalt and the reroll, most likely. Oh wait, is Yako still here? I kind of forgot to link him the POB. I forgot to work on it too. So we're gonna do that after this map, I think. I want to flesh it out, actually put the skills I'm thinking about using and stuff like that. I mean, if Yako isn't here, I'll just DM him on Discord.
No challenge.
Oh god, of course you are explode, because why not? Because why not? Kill him, please. Why haven't we seen a third ritual yet? These look like essences. Oh no, they are very much not essences. It's like when you see a roach and you're like, yeah, that's just a regular roach, and then it starts flying and you're like, okay, shit just got real.
Face me.
Oh god. The way that stun bar moved, it was like, if you don't stop this move now, I will show you what the backside of your hideout looks like. All right, let's do this. I need to use persistence on convalescence. That's what I need to do. I need to go persistence and ingenuity. I think I'm at the point where I actually use it and it's strong enough that I can do that. So ingenuity would leave clerics. No, ingenuity would go down to convalescence. Then clerics are going to take arcane temple. That's what we're gonna do there. Bro, what? I hate that bug. I hate it so much. I don't know if it affects all skills or just minion skills, but like, it is annoying. Please don't be another dead end. Thank you. Appreciate it. You know something I also want to just take a quick look at, just in case there's anyone that actually would be good for the brutes. Banners. Now, the chances of us having a banner so good we decide to drop our spirit chest piece is very slim. It's almost none. But we still have to check, nevertheless. Because maybe there's just that one effect I just see. I'm like, oh my god, this literally just has XYZ insane effect on. I think we're just going to take this. Even the spirit gem, I'm kind of on the fence about. We'll defer it, and yeah, we'll defer it. Worst case scenario, we don't take it. See, that's what we're talking about. Recover life mana. This, There's nothing that's even recombable, so. All right, we're done here. Can't even drop it there. This window is so buggy. Anyways, where are our skill gems? Yeah, we have one here. All right, all gems, banner, bruh, all. Are these spirits? They could be. If they're spirit, even worse. I don't think there's a universe where we use them. I don't think there is a single universe we use spirit gem banners if they are spirit gems. But let's see. Let's not jump the gun. Let us give them the benefit of the doubt. Wait, we don't have a T. Oh, that spirit gem was clutch. The deferred one we used. All right, banners. All gems. Banner. War banner. Killing enemies with attacks, standing near unique. Generates valor. Allies attack damage and accuracy while the banner lasts. It's more attack damage, so it's really not bad, I guess. Increased accuracy rating is also really nice. Reserves 30 spirits, so that is like -1 brute if we were to try to even. It's -1 brute if we were to even play around with the idea. So let's just keep that in mind. They're all -30 spirits, yeah. What does Defiance do? It's more aura magnitude per valor. And the aura grants 6% more AD. What is the max valor? And how wide is it by default? I guess does this count as an attack? I guess we'll see. I'll have to check if that counts as an attack. If it does, then we're in business. If it doesn't, then shut out of luck. But Defiance banner, movement, speed, armor, evasion. Meh, would never use this one. Oh well. Next one, flash charges. You see, if this was enemies had less, then we'd be talking. But let's have more. I mean, I would like more myself, but like, no. War banner is the only one worth considering, and even that one is a bit, it's whatever. Wait, so 10% more per valor. We don't know how much valor we can get, right? No, 50 max by default. 10% more aura magnitude per valor. So if this is 50, up to 50 valor, then that would be... Wait, hold up. Then that would be... What's it called? Let me do the math real quick. 10% more per and 50. So 50... Is that 500% more? I mean, it technically isn't, right? It's going to be... 1.1 to the power of 50, I guess. No. This says 117. That wouldn't be 117% more aura magnitude, right? If that is the aura magnitude, and then you multiply this by the 6% more AD times 6. Yeah, that's not right. I think that would make it a max magnitude. We're going to simplify this, even if it might be wrong or it might not be. We're going to simplify this. Because in most cases, when it says 10% more per valor, typically that's like it adds with itself and then multiplies. So 10% more would be 50, would be 500. With 500% aura magnitude, that would be 5 times 6, which is the more AD. 5 times 6. So that'd be 30% more AD, which is nothing to scoff at, to be honest. Plus, we also have aura magnitude from the tree to make it so this would still scale some more. So instead of it being 30% more AD, it'd be like slightly more. And increased accuracy rating is always really good, considering melee minions still require accuracy, sadly, for whatever reason. Don't know why, they just do. As a comparison, let me see Rage. Rage has a max of 30 and 1% more per Rage, so that's 30% more AD. It'd be just like having Rage, except it's up very, very, very situationally. Like incredibly so. There is a banner chest piece I remember seeing at some point. Let's look for it. Unique armor banner. Banners always have max valor, minus 20 to max valor. So instead of, what was the max again? 50 by default. So then it'd be 30 per 30. If you corrupt it, rather, that goes down to like 16. Either way, you'd have less than 30% more AD coming from there. Oh, the added red bleed banner. Well, that's kind of nice. I don't think this is worth. This is not worth the spirits. This is not worth. At what point is it worth more than the brutes? Going from 8 to 9, it might be worth 8 to 9, right? Because 8 to 9 is 12.5% more damage, whereas this one would be slightly less than 30% more while it is up. Alternatively, when you're at 10 brutes, it becomes 10% more damage. So then this one at 10 brutes could be actually worth using. But we're a long way from 10 brutes, I'll tell you that much. We currently have 6. An extra brute for me is how much more damage? 16% more damage. 17%, approximately 17% more damage. Which is a lot. Let me just confirm this math real quick. Yeah, it's 17% more damage. I am considering it, to be honest, because like at the end of the day, when we stack as much spirit as we can, how long does it last, I guess, is the next question. Does it last a decent amount of time, or is it just meh? Banner duration is 6.8 seconds until you leave the area, and then you have to do it again. But then to gain banner, you have to gain valor, you have to kill enemies. Oh, it's killing with attacks, not hitting with attacks. Okay, wait. What, I don't know why I'm looking at that. The whole point of this discussion was the chess piece. Now, without the chess piece, we have like 80 something spirits. 89. All right. I dropped this spirit. I dropped this. That's like almost 2 brutes. I don't think there's any way I look at that. It's not 2 brutes. It's like 2 brutes, 2 high level brutes at least. So that means at 10, that'll be 20% more damage at all times versus the banner, which would be, I guess it would be at all times because we can just keep replacing it as soon as it's done because banners always have max valor. I guess that is an option, right? And honestly, let me see. You cannot place a banner while you already have a banner. Okay, you can't use multiple banners, but you can just, it's permanently up 30% more damage, single targets. When you're wave clearing, you don't quite have that, but you can always put it down whenever you need to. Let's see what the AoE on one of those looks like, I guess. That'd be what I'll say. War banner specifically. Bruh. So I just can't use banners because dexterity is a thing. How much dex do I have? I can get to 48 dex and just test it out, but then that would involve switching. And I'm kind of lazy. Will I do it? Most likely, actually. No, I won't actually, because we don't have the chess piece that gives us the max valor, so I actually don't know how wide the AoE would be. Is there anybody, do you guys know anyone that is using banners as we speak? Like any builds that uses banners? I kind of just want to see the AoE. Because like I don't have a spirit gem that is low enough that I can use, and even then it would require banner or valor, and I don't have. I guess I could de-summon my minions, go to Act 1, stand near Beira, and just generate valor that way. That's an option that's available to just test it. All right, we'll test it. But I don't want to use one of my low level gems. I would rather not use these guys. And this is the first tier that actually has something, so we'll just go with this. 66 decks, right? How much decks do I have? Oh god. That's so much respect, jeez. All right. The easiest thing is for me to take away my int nodes, because then my minions will despawn, and by despawning I don't even need to unsummon them. They're just unsummoned. There, 66. Remove Storm Mage, remove Sniper. Bruh. Bro, what the fuck is going on? That is such a bruh moment. Like, bruh, really? 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 Whatever. Surely server isn't down or anything weird like that, right? Even the game is against us testing what we want to test. I tried this summoning my minions, game was like, no. No. No, no, no. You don't do that. Just clerics, right? All right, Clarefell encampments, Clarefell. So if I just go stand beside Beira for like, I feel like I should also summon my Specter, but surely my Specter doesn't do damage, right? Surely this is the case. We don't have to worry about Spectre doing anything to Beira. Outside the mud burrow. Yeah, see? Spectre so useless, it's even attacking. Oh god, please don't attack. Boy, was I wrong. Not a bad AoE at least. Not bad. I don't think it scales. What do we have? We have 3 clerics. How am I not taking damage? But no, I am. It's just so little. What is max value again? 50? I guess we look at brutes before and after. No, let's look at warriors. Is this because they are desummoned? Where did her health go? Anyways, let's look. 117. 217. It doesn't exactly. Do I have thorns? Is that it? Oh fuck, I still have thorns. That's clearly not it. Yeah, I don't know. It also doesn't last a long time. But honestly, it's not a bad AoE. Like, this is it. And it's just 30% more AD while they are in it. For single target fights. The problem with that is if I have to drop. Wait, what if I did this? What if I did that? Let's try this again. Is it going to gain power in the side slots? And will I be able to use it? Like, will it act effectively like convalescent? That is my question. Because if it does, then it's just free. Genuinely just free. Bro, where are you at? It's not gaining power. It has to be active. Like, I have to do this if I want it to gain power. So yeah, it has to replace a minion in that case. There'd be no two ways about it. I was going to say, how did you stun yourself? Then I remembered, I think I have thorns. I think it's thorns that is being the bane of her existence. I don't mind the idea of banners, I'll be honest. I just don't like the idea of having to gather. I don't like the idea of having to gather, what's it called? Valor. That's what I was trying to remember. That is the thing I was trying to remember, where my brain just had a mega fart. Also, we said we're going to get pain offering, so let's do that. No, we can't, because if we do it, we lose the aura radius, and the aura radius, I think, is scaling. Like if I were to just off rip do something like this with mag effect and font of rage, I still need to do this. We have to be this close. Whereas with this guy, mag effect, same thing. Is actually much different? Let's see. It might not be much different. No, it's actually not different. All right, if it's not different, then no, we don't have any problems. No, we genuinely don't have any problems. Put this to the side. We need more of these though. Brother.
Find more breach remnants for my research.
Okay. There is no fucking way.
Time is not on our side.
3 for 11. Oh shit. Want to give me 22? God damn. I did not expect that. No fucking way, man. I'm gonna run out of gems at this point. What is my most populous gem? That is what? 10 misses already? Surely this time, right? Finally, Jesus. Sure, we'll sell it. Ablation, magnified, font of reach, dance macabre. Now let's, now that we aren't using the weird thing, this is on our second one. 3, 1, 1.
What is it? I have a different.
Int, more int, even more int.
Different plan.
And then we have 6 brutes, 2 warriors. 6, 1, 1, 3, 1. There. Perfect. I mean, that didn't really give me... Oh, by the way, we need to buy more. It didn't really give me a boost to... It didn't give me a boost to the rage generation, it didn't look like. The offering is even more effective now, that's for sure. But if by accident it kills a brute, then it's not worth it, which is kind of why we do not have Dance Macabre. Because if it hits a brute, we unironically lose damage, I think. See what I mean? It killed a brute here, I think. It killed my cleric. So one thing they do that is annoying, sacrificial lamb doesn't seem to affect the second additional kill from Dance Macabre. So yeah. Let's just join this out and see if there's anything else I would rather have on Pain Offering. Convalescence needs persistence. Yes. That seems fine. I don't think there's anything. Well, what used to be here? Oh yeah, support gems. That's what used to be here. Okay, paying offering. What could we put here? We could do some other funds, which would help. You know, funds for like regen. Could do something like that. Could also do minion mastery. I could also just do mana, like inspiration, because I'm not using it anywhere else. We'll do expanse. We'll see. I feel like that's a much longer AoE. Oh shit, this is actually pretty decent. That is actually pretty decent. Dude, this is the range? Sheesh, that's worth it. It's worth the cooldown. All right, expanse it is. All right, last map, and then I think we can end stream there. Let's make sure there's no leftover effect from all our tinkering. Nothing, right? No weird. We're just chilling. That reminds me, what level is overwhelming presence? 14? What level can we go? 16. Not enough strength. And that would take it to 23% reduced stun threshold from 22, so only 1%. 1% for Lord knows how much more strength. I don't know. I mean, each percent matters, especially when you're scaling any amount of effect. So we'll probably do something there. Now, with this, my minion should be a whole lot, I guess, more stable with rage generation. That way, our DPS uptime for rage should be pretty good. At least much better single target, at least. So I can't complain too much, at least. Ow. Oh god, I just realized the undead, the explosions that were awaiting me. At least we've done this, what I would assume is the shortest, if we're lucky. And if we're not lucky, then come on.
Ready? Let's do this.
Oh my goodness.
Spirit, guide us. Damn shame. You fool.
Nah, screw following the wisp. Screw that. Like literally you could have stopped there. But nope. You had your set path and you're going to do it. Like I just don't like the expiration time. The moment it starts expiring and it's showing red, like there's barely anything you can do, it's like, okay. It's asking for a level of wave clear I'm not sure is what they're trying to get from the game. My goodness. How are you stunning me this much?
Let's get a move on or else.
Wait, what? It's still here?
Fear will best you. Spirit's picked its prey. Cut it down.
It's 200%.
Come get me. Now. Let's end this.
Level 19 skill gem? I'll take it, I guess. It's not a 20, but I mean, how much are 19s? Tier 1x. Sag. But this is a T4.
Don't lose focus.
Why is he talking? Why is he here?
Come on now. Let's end this.
What the fuck is this?
Don't give it a chance to recover. You're here too. The spirit will wear out.
Like, why the fuck was he still talking? Am I the only one that's confused as hell about that? Is that normal? Oh god.
Just try it.
Okay. Tell me, did that filthy crone ability is not maybe it crits? Damages chaos crits, maybe it crits. I want to say maybe it crit, but fucking killer. I'll give the game the benefit of the doubt. Oh shit, this has a map? This has a boss? I can't say I remember that it had a boss. So we just need to make sure that I didn't even know I didn't touch it. Thought I did. All right, it's time for the Chimera boss. So let's go. And now everyone's dead. Let's hope my mages can keep them. Nope. Mages cannot keep them alive. I can't blame them. They have 0 chaos res. Yeah, you should die here. Call. Guess you weren't called, but like we have a ritual altar here. I don't know where the other two are, or the other one is, I guess.
Just try it.
We refuse to die, okay? Thank you. This third one is going to be a complete pain in the butt. When I find it. Haven't found it yet. But when I do, I can guarantee it'll be a pain in the butt. There has to be... Oh my fucking god. There has to be a reason why I'm getting stunned like there's no tomorrow. Damages extra chaos is a very compelling reason because I have 0 chaos res. Like 27. I guess it's not 0. That's where it is. Okay, who's alive and why are we still alive? Kill her, please. I can't stand fighting her. Thank you. Wait, why did this pop out of nowhere? Did that count as the last red? The fuck? I don't know. Greater exaltation is fine. Saves an X when crafting. T11 on a 180 shield. Not worth much. I don't think there's anything here that's particularly good. Anywhere. Oh shit. Omen of corruption? I'll take it. Just make sure there's nothing else that's good. Bruh. All right. That's it for this map, right? So that is what? Omen of Corruption. How much did we buy it again? We're probably gonna keep it because odds are gonna use it more so than I would like to admit.
Until next time.
Brutality we keep. And then last but not least, we just buy a full stack of those because why not? I still have zero idea where there's corruption in this area, but taking this tower should be a very, very good first step. Pathing wise, I don't know. They're all so far away. You'll have to do one. Oh, never mind, two. Okay, cool. This has 4 mechanics. Sheesh. So for now, I think we're gonna end the stream though. It's been good. Made a lot of progress. Still have a lot of progress to go. We haven't really bought any high ticket items or big ticket items. I do want to spend a lot on like stuff. Rings still kind of trash. Those are the first places I'm looking to replace stuff at. And then from there, I just want more spirit. So probably start looking at some big spirit options like what are the spirit, like Grand Spectrum and the Shield, Prison Guardian. Those will likely be my next upgrades. And yeah, I will tweak the POB off stream most likely, or maybe just tomorrow. I'm undecided, but if I get time during the day, I'll tweak it. And if not, then we'll do it tomorrow on stream. I know I was supposed to, but kind of hungry right now. Kind of don't want to. Kind of need to go do some stuff. So, oh, okay. But yeah, I'm gonna be back tomorrow, same time actually. Till then, have a good night.